you can always reach out in the Eden members channel. And then also, I think eossupport.io. There's a live chat there.
One other thing came up when I was talking to Randall, I just want to mention real quick, which is that for those of you who are savvy and understand the contract, we just ask that you do not call elect process before on your own, just in case we're waiting another 30 seconds for some group to wrap it up or something. We don't want someone to get overzealous, and when the round ends, just call it. So let Randall do that. We'll leave Randall and Fancher in charge of the levers on that one. Did someone have a question that I heard?
Oh yeah, Jay's having trouble getting my video too. I'm using a new laptop.
Yeah.
So when you see Jay's screen, it just says it's blank, right? It's just black.
It's black here.
Did you sign in to Zoom, Jay?
You are black.
Say that again.
Jay.
Yeah. Are you signed into your Zoom account, or did you just like? Click
yeah,
the link
I'm here, but my it's a new laptop.
Yeah, you'll want to go into your.
Having trouble with it.
You want to try to go into your settings on Zoom, and there's a video settings section, which I can't currently get to personally, but someone else might be able to.
Advanced.
And then select source as your laptop's camera.
Yeah. Direct.
Hey, at least we got your audio. That's a good. You're halfway there.
It has a few. It says changes will take effect after you restart Zoom.
Okay.
Interesting.
You might need to come back again. We'll be here.
Direct. We'll try that one.
I know like a ton of people participated last time around, and there was a 48-hour window of opportunity to upload the video, but just so you know, this time it's 14 days. So you don't need to stress about getting that video uploaded right away. And if uploading the video after your room is gonna slow you down or interfere with your getting in ready for the next round, don't stress about it. And probably somebody else in your room will have it recorded too. And Fancher, just to confirm with you, the first 10 minutes of the room, it isn't, you cannot cast a vote. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
10 minutes.
Yeah, so once the round starts, the round is technically an hour long. The first 10 minutes is just reserved for you to get your bearing, make sure you know who's in your group, maybe read up on them if you want to, connect with them on Telegram, and set your intention for the meeting time. The middle 40 minutes of that hour is when you're going to actually be able to click on the Zoom link to join. That's one more thing about the first 10 minutes. That'll be the time whenever someone in your group will have to actually generate the Zoom link for your group in the UI. The UI will guide you through that, so no worries there. So 10 minutes of warm up, 40 minutes where you're in the actual Zoom session with everybody. That's also when you can vote. And that's when you need to come to consensus. And then at the end of the round, there's a 10-minute kind of cool-off period where you can finish getting any last-minute votes in, and just make sure that everything's set. 10 minutes, 40 minutes, 10 minutes.
Awesome recap. And don't be alarmed if you end up in a room with somebody that's not here. That is possible. I think we have 8 people that are registered and not probably going to make it today. you'll need 2/3 plus 1 of the votes cast, not 2/3 of all parties that are assigned to your room.
Yeah, slightly more precisely, I would say you need over 2/3 of the votes cast. So not a whole extra vote beyond that.
Oh, sure, gotcha.
Over 2/3 of the votes cast.
Any fraction will do.
So I'm going to ask a question regarding the process of, you saying about 10 minutes, 40 minutes, 10 minutes. Is there any timer? Have we got any timer yet in the UI?
Yes, there's definitely a timer. There's a countdown. So you'll see the first 10 minutes will be going, and then I believe it kicks off when you're in the room all together there. You'll want to keep the UI open because it's got the consensometer. It shows you who's voted for who. It's probably a good idea to cast a vote for yourself if you're planning to like put yourself forward early on so that people know, and then you also know that everything's on the up and up and working properly. Yeah, and just good practice is to just come to an agreement in that first period of time about maybe how the process is going to run in your room, and just, if everybody limits themselves to a certain number of minutes when they give their opening pitch or whatever they want to do, it'll save enough room for deliberations at the end, and just so maybe somebody could be like the timekeeper or the host of that room. Someone will be assigned host. And Zoom, that's the other thing to remember, is you're kind of arbitrarily assigned. Maybe it's not arbitrary, maybe it's based on who has the premium Zoom account in some cases, but you'll want to discover quickly who is the host of the room, and then ask them to make someone else able to record, because the host has to click to grant recording privileges to the other participants. So try to ensure you have a backup recording. All right, so I'll just go over the election day itinerary, unless anyone has any questions, jump in. At 1200 UTC, answer questions, and around 7:30 we'll start sharing some thoughts on this upcoming election cycle. At 8 a.m. My time, 1300 UTC. I'm stuck in Central Time Brain. That's when the election will officially begin, with the first hour. Everyone should just filter in and get situated in their room. Make sure your Zoom and everything is working properly, and make sure you got the UI open. And then you can deliberate for 10 minutes to get to know each other and decide on the rules for your group. We got a little news intro there. That's kind of funny. I quick put together music last night in a pinch before I went to sleep, so it's kind of all over the place. So we'll try to not have it be distracting. Yeah, and then after that first round, y'all will need to navigate back to the main room, which is here. And the link you can find, we have that message pinned in the Telegram channel, and I think in the UI the Telegram link is there to take you back to that room, should you so desire to click that link. So you can always find your way back to this room. And then those of you that were selected through consensus to continue on in the next round will just want to get ready, because you're going to be going right back in the UI. You'll just want to keep an eye on that UI, and when your new group is assigned, you'll see all the group members that are in that room, and then the process repeats. So you'll he'll be heading back. And everyone else that is not continuing on, you're free to hang out here and chat with us, and we'll place bets on who's going to make it to that next round or not. And then after round 2 is over, that should wrap up around 1400. I'm sorry. Yeah, 1400. Then we've got my timing is written wrong here. From the end of round 2, I think we're gonna have 2 rounds today, only. We'll have 2 hours that we're gonna have to kind of wait for to find out who the sortition winner is. So the first portion of that, what we did last time, was we had the newly selected chief delegates deliberate amongst themselves and kind of, we tried to run like a faux round for them to actually have to try and select one of them as honorary head chief delegate. But I think this time we'll just have them kind of interrogate each other and go through some sort of process of, introducing what brought them there, and allow them to speak for a little while. And then maybe half an hour into that discussion, we'll open it up for questions from everybody to the newly selected chief delegates. And then we're still, even after that goes on for a half an hour, we're going to have another hour until we really know who the sortition winner is. So you're free to do as you please and at any point, really. But go feel the sun on your face or something, and then come back refreshed, and we'll find out who the sortition winner is. Of course, if you have to leave because of life obligations at any point, you got to do what you got to do. Is everyone feeling the music? Is it okay?
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Digging it? I've got a whole other genre queued up for a little more glitchy, whole other mood. We'll save that for later. It's still early.
I feel like I'm in the Wii U lobby.
The Wii U lobby?
Yeah. There's my little Nintendo Me heads.
Yeah, we could go like go in a whole other direction here. All right, 7:20 or 12:24. I got to start. Maybe I should set my system time to UTC, and that would help my brain. How's everyone feeling?
Feeling good.
Josh, I
Feeling
see you're
good.
there in the.
Yeah, I would say it's more relaxed this time. Last time was more tensions, like smoothed it all out nice.
Guys, a fun little diversion if you're interested. You can contribute entropy to the election, to the round sorting process. A little bit of randomness. There's a document in our wiki that goes over that. But what it entails is grabbing a Bitcoin header, a recent Bitcoin header, and then submitting it to the chain using the genesis.eden elect seed action. Looks like one Bitcoin seed has been submitted already. It was submitted by Max, I believe, yesterday right after 1300 UTC. And yeah, if you can find a Bitcoin block within the last 24 hours that has more entropy than that, then your block will be the one that is used as the basis of sorting everybody into groups. By the way, that process also takes place at the very end of the last voting round to determine who the head chief point to. I'll post a link to the wiki page that has more information on that, if anyone's interested.
That's right. It's not maybe for the faint of heart, but if you're technically inclined and you just enjoy that sort of thing, then dive right in. We've got, I know several other people kind of able to provide that function, so we haven't really emphasized it too much, but that is the randomness that the Clarianos now Fractally team built into the system to make sure that the rounds are all random and the sortition winner is random. So kudos to them for coming up with that solution, since there's no real good random number generator on EOS yet, to my knowledge. And even if there was, would it really be random? It's hard to beat the randomness of all these people mining Bitcoin. Daniel Key's in the house. See you there.
Hey, hey.
Who are we missing? That's the question. Let's see. I haven't made a head count yet. Am I only seeing 50 people so far?
Yeah, I'm seeing 45 participants on the Zoom.
Same here, 45 is the embassy.
All right. Did we, Fancher, did we come up with a bottom number for participation for that? It's going to be 2 rounds regardless, right? At this range?
Yeah. You know, it's hard to say because it's going to be based on how many groups come to consensus. So imagine you had a very small number of people here, but they each got divvied out into all of the possible groups. Even if every group only had one person and everyone came to consensus, you could still end up with a second round. So yeah, the biggest variable there is how many groups come to consensus. The number of groups that we have in round 1 is based on the number of people who registered to participate, not the number of us who are actually present. So it's, yeah, very unlikely we'll have just one voting round. I'll pull up the actual numbers though here. I was looking at that yesterday. Almost there. Yeah, so for the curious, assuming that all voting rounds come to consensus, 48 participants is required to hit 2 voting rounds, to create 2 voting rounds. And then it jumps up to 192 participants required for 3 voting rounds. Sortition then takes place after the voting rounds.
Nice. Thanks for figuring that out.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do we have, I know John Williams maybe wasn't going to be able to make it, but besides him, I think we have all the chief delegates. No, where's Chris? Chris here? Chris Barnes. See Jesse Jaffe. Randall's still kind of MIA. My view.
Everyone.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Hey, Randall.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jesse.
I was
Aaron?
curious. We collect a lot of social, like when you register as an Eden member, we got your Telegram. One of the things we don't collect is an email address. Was that a conscious decision?
Fancher would probably be able to speak to that more since he was one of the designers of the system.
Yeah, you know, I think the concern was putting an email on chain when we were looking at all of that. At the same time, we're putting all your other socials on chain, and people could always create a special email address for this. But you know, it's something that can be adjusted if the new slate of chief delegates wants to propose that.
Yeah, we've been finding the emails super helpful for Pomelo participation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is something that's come up too, I think, in some of the recent chief delegate meetings.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate of us having an email list for Eden personally. And yeah, it doesn't need to be kept on chain. There's other solutions. And now, well, we have support and other people that are probably keeping track of details like that, maybe. So perhaps trusted members of the community could kind of keep a list like that, like the same way we can pass around.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right, well, we're firmly in 27 minutes to go time here. Any last minute pressing questions? We can get back to some more questions again in a bit, but I kind of wanted to move into opening ceremony territory here. I'm still not seeing you, Chris Barnes. Is Chris here? Am I just not seeing you? Do we need to wake Chris up?
There's a question in the Eden members chat. Crypto Kazumel says, how do I get the election password?
Yeah, the password for the UI, like if you're trying to log into the UI and you don't have the password, you probably need to reset your password unless you know where it's saved, because it's something you would have already set up at some point. And it's saved in your browser, but if you don't use the same browser, then it may be gone if you didn't save it elsewhere.
Yeah, and so the UI will show an orange banner at the top if you don't have the password ready to go and enter it into the UI. If you click on that, there is a forgot password link. You can always reset your password. Now is the time to do that, to make sure that yellow banner goes away. Yellow or orange, I forget what color it is.
I think it's orange. Yep. If anyone's having difficulty with that, you're definitely going to want to sort that out, because without that, you can't really participate in the election. So.
Chris Barnes says, I see you at Brandon Lovejoy. I'm watching on the live stream from Nation while on another Zoom, but I'll be there in time.
Okay, cool. Wow. This guy is all over the place. All right. It's communicating through a medium. Not fair. I see it.
That was like IBC.
Yeah. Yeah. Human.
That's
Exactly.
That's our goal. We're gonna have that instantaneous online.
That's
I
right.
think they call that telephone. The old game, like.
Yeah. Yep. Chris Barnes is in the other room and he says he can see you just fine. Well, everyone, feel free to say hi, test your audio, make sure, if you haven't already, that things are working. I'll shut up for a second.
1, 2, 3 test.
Work.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 test.
Patrick,
baby.
you're in.
Patrick, we
you're
got you.
Yeah, baby.
You know that already.
Yeah, baby.
You know that already. Come on.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good
Morning.
afternoon.
Morning. Yeah,
Test,
hear you
test.
loud and clear.
Hello, hello. Testing audio.
Got you, Mark. Marco Polo.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm
Any
clearly on the
test-
other side of the planet because it's firmly evening on this side. So good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. You coming up on midnight somewhere about there?
I'm pretty much opposite time to the schedule. So I'm 8:30 p.m.
Okay.
I believe you guys heard me already.
Yeah, got you, Lenny.
Audio test.
Yep. Cool.
Hey, good morning,
you guys hear
everyone.
me?
Good to be here.
Morning.
Glad to have you. Can hear you. Someone else chimed in there too. Yep.
Yeah, that was
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. I hear you,
Cool.
Richard.
Chris's awareness of everything that's going on and living up north. Is he Santa Claus?
You may be, if it's not Lenny, but you know.
Lenny does have the north advantage.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about it. You should know the temperature outside. Let's change the topic.
Good morning, Mike Manfredi.
Buenos dias.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
All right. Cool.
Looks like we gained about 10 participants since the last time we checked in. That's
Yeah.
good.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2. We up to 75 people. Looks like.
I see 58 on my Zoom here.
58
got-
also here.
I got 3 pages of 25 when I just, oh, it's overlapping. You're looking at the count. I'm looking at the screen that's faking me out.
136 RSVPs.
Let's see what voter turnout we get after support did such an excellent job trying to get everyone in the room. So I guess I'll kick it off and then maybe the other chief delegates want to jump in and say a few words. It's been a total honor to get this far with everybody here. This started as just an idea and expressed in More Equal Animals, and it's been a pretty incredible journey to get it to this point. 3 trial elections, 1 actual election, which I was very fortunate to participate in and end up as chief delegate. And it's been like an incredible journey. The number of talented and passionate individuals in this space continues to amaze me every day. And I have extremely high hopes for the next administration and the next consensus body, if you will. I'm seeing and hearing a lot of passionate and articulate individuals that have a very coherent direction for the path forward with Eden OS, Eden on EOS, and how we can make this a success in future iterations. And I hope that we've left you all I hope that our suffering at times has minimized future suffering of chief delegates, and that future administrations and the delegates will be able to move forward with a little clearer path. Really just to hope everyone takes the reins in their own hands and makes this into something that the community wants it to be. It's really up to whoever shows up to make it into a system that can really continue to evolve and serve the Eden community. So thanks for everyone that's here today, and looking forward to seeing what happens today with this election and in elections to come. It's been a total privilege. Jesse, would you like to say a few?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Good morning, good evening. I just want to wish everyone best of luck this election. I'm also very honored and grateful to have been a chief delegate and spend time with my fellow chief delegates and delegates. And I think it was a really rewarding experience, and I'm just excited for this election. And it was such a great time last time. I'm sure it'll be a great time this time. So just, yeah, good luck, everyone. Thanks.
And Randall, I think you're here.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you are. It was a pleasure, being part of such a great group of chief delegates, and we enjoyed our time, a lot of laughs, and we were able to bond more than I really expected. So I think this is a great experience. Best of luck with everyone, and may the force be with us all.
Indeed.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Who's that? Can't keep everybody on the same screen. Marcus.
Marcus.
Yeah. We're waiting on Chris. John is not here. And who am I forgetting? Jesse, Randall. Are we just waiting on Chris and there's no John? Or did I miss
Aaron?
Aaron. Where the heck's Aaron? Someone wake Aaron up. He's in Michigan. I could almost yell from here, but I can't. It's too far. Well, while we're waiting for Chris, I also just want to thank the Clarianos team, and it's been, especially Mike Manfredi and Brandon Fancher, it's been a total pleasure, and I hope we continue working on really cool stuff like this together. And we started a project to condense more equal animals into a more of a bite-sized piece, and I intend to wrap that up. We're all but through the last few chapters, and I hopefully Fancher will join us for one, and Manfredi, you've been instrumental in making sure that those were coherent and well run. So really appreciate your presence there. I hope you can make it. We can do one last hurrah and wrap that up. I know Chris Barnes is interested in participating as well, and
the mythical final stream. I look forward to it. That,
yeah.
Similarly, I'll reflect it right back to you. It wouldn't happen without you. Really appreciate you making that happen and hosting it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I look forward to producing something from it. There's just like many hours spent deliberating what were the key components there. Obviously, if you haven't read More Equal Animals, you should do that.
So many t-shirt ideas we have to act on.
Oh my God. Yeah, lots of t-shirt ideas. Yeah, without you guys, none of this would have been possible. We wouldn't be here with this cool UI and this process that works pretty darn well. So thanks so much, and hope you can stick around and help things mature a little bit before turning all your attention away to Fractally.
Yeah, let's also tag onto that immediately. The mind of Dan, who wrote the book and brought us all these ideas. Everyone here is paving a path of how people can govern themselves. This is just bleeding edge human organization online. So really appreciate the passion in this community and the fact that you guys keep showing up and doing this thing. It's awesome. I wouldn't be doing anything else, and it's pretty cool you guys wouldn't be either. But thanks to Dan for kicking all this off and doing tons of research and reading tons of books and shaping his brain into the shape it needed to be to write that book and kick off this process.
Absolutely. Bancher, you want to say anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just sitting here watching everybody have a good time, and I really like the feeling of this election. We have one under our belts already. It's more relaxed. Everybody's laughing together. Everybody's talking about this past 6 months since that first election, and no, it's heartwarming to see that, to see how everyone has rallied together, organized, peacefully come to consensus through this process. And I think it says a lot about the process that's been outlined in More Equal Animals and how we've implemented it on EOS. This is no small feat. And gosh, I mean, there are a lot of dApps out there. This one is among the more complex, right? So it was a relief the first election seeing it go off smoothly. And I know it's going to go off smoothly this time. Anyway, all of that said, I'm proud of this group. I'm proud of everybody here. I'm really grateful to everyone here, not just for being here and doing your small part, but for embodying the ideals of life, liberty, property, justice, not just Moon Lambo, right? This is about something bigger than Moon Lambo. This is about how can humans organize themselves moving forward into the future in peace and with nonviolence. So I remember that this is a small seed, but this has the potential to grow into a huge, strong oak. And it's humbling to be a part of this. So good job, everybody.
Thanks, Brandon.
I'm just shocked there's something beyond Moon Lambo, I have to say. I thought that's what
I thought that was it. That wasn't the outer limit. Shit. Yeah. Everyone go home. There's something beyond Moon Lambo. Just mind blown. Gosh, there's so many people that have made this all happen and continue to make this all happen every day that are here in this room with us now. If anyone wants to say a few words, maybe pop your hand up so we can see who, and give you the mic for a moment.
Or the Brandon.
If I did.
Or the Brandon.
Or the mic or the Brandon. Stop doing that. You keep using these words.
Do you not think they mean what I think they mean?
Well, I'll say I just want to echo what you all have said. It's pretty neat to see this system work so seamlessly here, second round official election, and the fact that the funding is already interlaced, the kind of the institution or the tradition of EOS is able to back that financially is amazing and stably. But the code that's been put together and vetted by the community, the hardcore decentralization side of it. So totally agree with Brandon when he said there's little else in terms of dApps out there that would compete with this kind of like call it complexity. It's a real joy to be a part of a dApp that I think everybody was inspired by that word smart contract 5 years ago when we first heard it. So the state of the dApps was an old website that used to have all this, track them and see them, but this is maybe the first one I've ever seen. May throw DeFi in there or some other concepts that we've laid out, currency in general. But this is it. So it's very, very exciting. So I wanted to echo that.
Cool. Thanks, Mark. I know Lenny shared some words of wisdom early on in the chat. Maybe Lenny, you wanna chime in? You've been kind of one of the voices.
I'm not sure which was. I had a few, but it might be that we actually all owe it to our first group way back. Yeah? I sent a little bit. I put them in a group room. I don't know if those are the ones you referred to, but basically acknowledge that they led the way forward a bit for us guys, because by becoming delegate, you of course gotta think harder and do something with it. Unfortunately, I didn't do as good as I had intended, but hopefully can recuperate. Or was there some other wise words? They are not that often from me.
Oh, you're too humble. I saw you sharing some notes in the members chat this morning. Can I quote them verbatim off the top of my head?
Are you welcome? Since we're posted, they're all right. Free share.
I'm gonna have to find it first. Locked myself out.
Careful.
I know. I don't want to break anything. Oh, Chris Barnes tells me Brock Pierce is gonna pop into the room and wish everybody well. Looks like he can't participate, but he wants to wish everybody well. So Brock, I don't know if you're here yet, but if you are, when you are, speak up. We've got 6 minutes until this puppy kicks off, and maybe one bit of housekeeping before then. Dario mentioned that when the election is about to start, the UI should seamlessly transition into the first round. However, the user may be impacted. Instead, you might see a white screen with black text. An unexpected error has occurred. If you see that, just refresh the website, and you should be shown the first round room instead. So don't freak out. I think is the takeaway there. Don't freak out, hit refresh.
Does that mean within the member portal?
Yeah, I believe he's referring to the UI and member portal. Yep.
Okay.
Cool. We still don't have a Chris.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here, Chris.
There's just so many people here. This is awesome. Great turnout.
A few words from you, please.
Go EOS. All right. Yeah, good. I think I wish everybody a lot of luck. I see a lot of excellent future chief delegates, and I'm excited to see some new blood enter into the top there and see what they can do with this thing. It's a game of baby steps, I think, and hopefully the current chief delegates, because we still are current for the next 5 minutes, have done you proud and set the stage for further iterations and growth. So good luck, even though I don't think there's any luck involved. It's all skill at this point.
Well, there's randomness involved, so I think there's a little bit of luck, but.
Oh, good point. Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So we've already started seeding entropy for the first round. Hopefully someone's been doing that for the previous 6 minutes. I trust Mike Medfredy's on top of it. And
I trust Brandon Fancher's on the top of it. But no one suggests that. We should all contribute entropy. Yeah. If you haven't yet, please contribute entropy.
Trust but contribute entropy. That's kind of a funny concept, but okay.
Hey Brandon.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Right. Yep.
I was just gonna iterate real quick to set people's minds at ease what the applications are that we have open right now. So I have the internet browser that's on the election page. I have Telegram up in case people need to chat me. I have Anchor open and it's unlocked to make it easier to sign things. So have your authenticator open. Obviously Zoom And then I also have like Notepad++ or code or something that you can take notes in if you want for when you're talking in the room. Anything else?
That's it. No, I think you nailed it. I think that's a really good reminder. Especially since I hadn't even brought up Anchor. Maybe it's because where's Aaron? I haven't seen Aaron. I see Brock just joined. I don't know if you're ready to say a few words, but jump in if you.
Yeah, I am. Good morning.
Maybe you can unshare the screen. Love to.
Good evening.
Oh yeah, I will. Enough slide deck.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I just wanted to say hello to everyone in the Eden community participating in today's election. I'm unfortunately not going to be running today, but hopefully my being here and wanting to participate is seen. And obviously I'm signaling that I will be participating in, if not this election, which I don't think will be happening because of a bunch of things going on within our within the U.S. Congress and my potential U.S. senatorial run out of the state of Vermont. I'm not going to be able to do this at this time, but I'm here. I will be tuning in and observing, and look forward to participating in the future. And I want to thank everyone for showing up and contributing to this incredible experiment that I think is the beginning of something extraordinary.
Right on. Thanks, Brock.
Yeah, thank you. And we've got some good things going on, which I look forward to sharing, but not now.
Yeah. We're T-minus some seconds now till this thing actually gets rolling here. So glad you made it by to share a few words.
Yeah, thank
and yeah.
Thanks, Brock.
Cool. So yeah, everyone keep an eye on your UI. You should have that screen open. And gosh, I'm so glad James Mart said something about your Anchor wallet. Please, everyone, make sure you're signed into your Anchor wallet, because without that, that's the other crucial component here. I was counting on Aaron to remind me. So is Aaron Cox in the house yet? No.
Good
Something must
reminder
have
in the
come up.
chat, hit record when you're in your room. Everyone should record.
Yep, make sure you know who the host is, and delegate recording responsibly, and yeah, try to have some redundancy there. It's 8 a.m.
Yeah.
My time. It's whatever time that is for everyone. It's now. The time is now.
Go time.
1300 UTC. We can all agree on, I hope.
All right, EOS support. Are we ready for elect process?
Randall.
Real quick, I just want to reiterate what Lovejoy said. Guys, whenever you get into your Zoom room, find out who the host is. We want everybody to record if at all possible. And that host will likely have to grant you permission to record. Okay, keep that in mind. Yep, all we need is some elect process actions, and the election will kick off. It looks like that is underway. We might need a few more.
Unexpected error message when it was trying to
Go ahead and
process up.
refresh your screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Refresh.
refresh and it's just
Okay.
turning.
Got it.
Turning.
And as Mike Manfredi likes to say, when in doubt, click blue buttons. You see a blue button?
We're ready to go.
Probably wants
We're ready to
you
go.
to click it.
Yeah.
All right, have
Yeah,
fun,
it looks
everyone.
like the election has started. Good luck, everybody.
see.
Live results are available in the UI, so look for that, and you can watch results pour in as they come.
And I'm looking at the member portal. It says election in progress, and I'm going to try and follow the blue button rule, but I don't see a blue button rule. It just says no blue. How do you join?
You might be on the wrong page. I see election on progress on the My Delegation page, but go to the election page and you should see.
Yeah, well, when in doubt on election day, click election.
Yeah, click.
Like we have 30-second rule.
Yeah.
The linked Zoom account is new for me. Do we need that, Brendan?
Yeah, I don't have a linked Zoom account, so it's like trying to get me to sign in.
Yeah, so someone in the group will need to sign in with Zoom. This is the same process as the first selection.
Sure.
When you sign in with Zoom, the first person to go through that process actually is the one that generates the Zoom link, encrypts it, and puts it onto the chain for everybody else to use.
I think I just did
So
that.
it's
So
sort
I
of
don't have a blue button. Mine's gray.
Good.
So I
Yeah,
have a,
right.
I have
So-
a meeting link. I have a meeting link for my group. Where do we post it? Do we post it here in the chat or in the Telegram or both? Or
No, just follow the instructions in the UI. So click that meeting link button until it turns gray, right? And then it'll say that you'll be able to join this, you'll be able to click this button once that 40-minute period starts. So we are a little under 8 minutes away from the 40-minute period now.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, if that button is now gray, it means someone in your group has successfully generated that Zoom link. But when in doubt, it should be all spelled out in the instructions in the UI. Read the UI.
Yep, and so
Worked like a charm
now
for
you're-
me. I generated
Awesome.
the Zoom link for us.
So we
you should
still be in this big room then for 7 minutes.
Yeah, and you should be able to start seeing the other participants in your room. When that room is created in the UI, you'll see who else you're already paired up with. So it's maybe a good time to figure out who they are, read their profile, check out their Telegram handle if you need to contact them. And also remember, if y'all have any questions during the course of this, in the main Telegram channel, we've got support in there. So feel free to message your questions in the main members Telegram channel. You can mention Dario or Max or Fancher if you need some attention throughout the election.
If you if you started to launch the link and then you didn't get to sign it, and the box goes gray for join the meeting, what happens at that point?
Yeah, so the box, it says join meeting, but it's gray. So you can't actually join the meeting until the 40-minute timer starts. So that right now is about 5-6 minutes away. So in 6 minutes, that'll turn blue. You'll be able to click it and join the room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So it looks like, guys, we have 25 groups. Most groups have 6 members and the remainder have 5. And this is something, Brandon, that we did last election. We went ahead and put up the election live results on the screen, and so people can see that as they come back and rejoin this community Zoom room.
All right, I'll do that.
Another question. I apologize for not listening, but so now I'm in the election. It says when it turns gray, then what do you do?
So the button now says join meeting, right? But it's gray.
Yes.
Is there some text above the button?
Meeting group members, make sure you all have your meeting link ready and stand by.
Yeah, and then below the button. So that gray button
activates when round starts. Yeah.
Join meeting button activates when round starts.
Okay, got it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so about 5 minutes from now, that should turn blue, and you can click that button.
We might need a blue button that says wait.
Yeah, we could probably be a little clearer in the UI there with that.
I'm on the
Maybe
phone
one
doing
that says
everything,
don't
so it just
panic.
makes me anxious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice
like don't
Hitchhiker's Guide, don't panic sign would be good there.
Yeah, don't panic. The round is about to start. T-minus, whatever. We'll count down. Now's a good time to stretch. Breathe. Deep breath, everyone. Get ready.
So
once you get all your go ahead.
Oh, thanks a lot, Joey. And sorry to interrupt. I just want to just be clear. So when it says join meeting gray, does that mean that somebody else in the group has already started or has already initiated the Zoom? Because I tried clicking the blue button in the beginning and then it said there was an error and now it's gray. So I don't know if I'm the host or if somebody else is hosting it.
Yeah, so in that situation, someone beat you to the punch and created the meeting link already. If you see a grayed out meeting button that says join meeting, you can't click it. That means that you're all set and you just have to wait. Yeah, and you're right. I think it was Douglas who was saying that. That will mean that you're not going to be the host of that particular meeting.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, guys, if you generated that meeting link successfully and got through to the end, then you're very likely the host of the meeting. Keep that in mind because you're going to be the one that needs to give everyone else permission to record.
Before we split off, I want to let everyone know something's come up for Dan. He did intend to be here. I'm sure we're all wondering. So just FYI, something did come up. He's trying to make it, but his intent was to be here.
Cool. Maybe he can pop in at the tail end when we have 2 hours to fill and we don't know what to do with ourselves.
Any Zoom expert want to tell us how to allow people to record? What's the what buttons do?
Yeah, do you want to pull up those slides? Do you have that still open, Brandon? The slides for that?
Oh yeah. 1 second. Let me share my desktop again. Make sure I get the right desktop. It's always a question. Here we go. Y'all see in this one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. Keep screwing that up. Is slide set. And let's see which one are we going for here. Where are you? Yeah.
I posted the how to in the Eden members private group, how to record with the print screen.
Okay, cool. That's helpful.
Telegram group.
It's on here somewhere, but I don't know where the screenshot is in this slide deck.
Okay, it says per person.
If we record the main room, will it also record the breakout rooms automatically?
No, you gotta make sure that happens as a group.
Okay.
Yeah, this main room and what happens with that is relatively unconnected. Looks like 32 seconds, 30 seconds until go time.
Right, go Eden.
Go Eden.
Thanks everybody, have fun.
Yeah.
To the Clarion OS guys, you really did do a great job. This is fun and it's working great. So thanks for all the hard work that you did. It's really awesome.
Thank you. Yeah. Reminder, after your meeting's done, come back to this link. We'll see you all back in the community room.
Thank you.
Right. It started.
Sounds good. Yeah, we're off. Round 1 in progress.
Go Eden.
So Lovejoy, you can expand that round 1 in progress little expander thing. And then if you start from the bottom, it's easiest to start from the bottom. You can expand all the groups. Or you can keep them collapsed. Yeah. We already have a vote on group 15 that just came in.
That would
and they voted for themselves.
It says leave and start.
Yep, it's a separate meeting.
Okay. So see you back here, guys. Bye.
See you back here. It's a lot of groups to track.
Still can't enter my room. There is still this election site open with a waiting sign. I tried refreshing, but it's just not working. Anybody, any idea?
So what is it again that you're saying, Marcus?
I tried to open the election, but it's not working. Like I have this waiting sign on the election screen.
Okay. Yeah, if you want, do you mind, Lovejoy, if you share the screen here and we look at
Marcus. Oh, do I need to probably enable that? I guess I'm the host. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Find my 1 second. Participants, I gotta find you.
No worries.
Marcus. There you are. More. hold on a second. Sorry.
Found me?
There you go. You should be able to share now, I think.
Okay. Yeah, this works. You see?
Yeah, looks like.
This is my screen now.
All right. Let me take a look at that. Okay.
I tried refreshing it a few times.
One second. I think you're in group 22. Marco Namaste.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ben.
that's interesting. Yeah, no problem. So, Marcus, I would try opening this in. Oh, see, it says not a member too. Close the tab entirely and then reopen the tab. Yeah. Let's try that first.
Okay.
Looks like. Okay. Yeah, I think it's still probably gonna spin for you. Do you have a different browser, like Chrome
I use
or
Firefox,
something like that?
Firefox.
Or you? Okay.
Do you have a different one? Access to one?
Yes, I have a different one. Yeah.
Let's try a different browser. Yeah.
Do you want me to stop screen share in case anything's sensitive on your screen?
Oh, there's nothing sensitive at the moment.
Okay.
Thanks.
I just know it's being live streamed, so it's kind of irrecoverable. We can't stop it going out once it goes out.
Okay, I'm just stopping for a second.
Hey, quick question. Do you know how to make get the host to assign the ability for other people to record? We're in a room right now.
Yeah, if you click on the participants tab.
Yeah, we found it. Thank you.
Okay. Marcus, you're getting logged in a different browser then?
It's not working at the moment. Maybe it's the internet connection here in Mexico. Could be.
Yeah. Do you have any like VPN on or any internet filter on or anything like that?
Now it's asking me for the
And while we're waiting on that, I think if you go into the UI and click on it has that'll take you to Zoom. Look for that.
Trying to figure out which might pop. Okay, 22. Zachariah Marcus.
Now I go to elections again with the other browser.
And so if you it's still just spinning even in that browser, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is restarting your computer or a different computer, maybe an incognito tab.
Yeah, I'm clicking the link and it keeps telling me that I can't get into, says join meeting, reach out to others in your group, ask for the link. I clicked on the link and it keeps asking me for, I don't seem to be able to get through this.
Okay, do you see a banner at the top that is orange or yellow?
No, I just see election, today's election, a bunch of check avatars and check boxes, community room, live events, round in progress. I see Brendan, myself, Troy, Andrew, and Mangan in this.
So one thing you could do real quick here that'll probably get you in fastest is click their Telegram name and reach out to them and say, hey, can I get that link? I can't seem to get it from the UI. They should be able to share that link with you.
All right.
And as long as you're signed in, you should still be able to vote and come to consensus.
Okay, now I see the round.
Great.
Round, reach out to others in your group via Telegram. Okay. Yes, I see.
You may be able to enter that.
For example, Wilfried.
Otherwise,
There's
yeah.
Wilfried in my group.
Yeah, I'm just. There's still left to come to consensus. Rock, while you're waiting on answer. I got the meeting link here. I'm gonna put it in chat for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It looks like Brendan was trying to reach you, but maybe your security settings don't allow people to DM you or something. So that should do it.
I see it from Brendan. Perfect.
Good luck.
Okay, unfortunately, my link for me.
We'll get you in there. We'll get you in there. So did you save your election password?
Yes, yes.
Previously, Marcus?
Yes, I have them
here.
here.
Can you share your screen again?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, so.
Yes, I am.
Okay, it must have been an incorrect.
Well, that's already the second password I created because of the second browser, I think.
Oh, you reset your password in this browser.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. Yeah, because the meeting link was generated before. All right. 1 moment.
Okay.
We'll figure this out.
You still need my screen?
No, we're not going to be able to get it from here since I think you changed your password after the meeting link was created. I'm reaching out to people on Telegram in your group.
Yeah, I did that already. Maybe they're probably into. No.
There's still several people here. Is everybody else okay? Just hanging out because you're not in groups? I'll take
silence. Yeah, it's the same.
Good sign.
Yeah, I was one of the same thing.
And if I would log in with the old link, I still have it. Does it still work?
What are you referring to?
The old meeting password.
Right. You may be able to do that if you still have the old meeting password.
He just
If
created
you
a new
open
one.
this if you open this in an incognito tab and try entering your old meeting password, I think it might try to validate it against the chain. Probably going to tell you that it's incorrect.
Yeah, you're right. Damn it.
There's definitely some, there is a way that we could extract your election password private key out of that and use that to decrypt what's on the chain with your old password, but I'm not going to be able to figure that out in such short order.
No, at least I can vote.
Yeah, I mean, I discourage you from voting without being in the meeting, as that can prevent the group from coming to consensus, and your vote wouldn't be informed by anything there. That would probably be frowned upon in the community. It would certainly be frowned upon. I'm sorry that it's so far worked out like this.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll keep on trying.
I wish I knew any of those people in that group, but I just don't, and I don't think they're going to see my messages. At this point, we're just blowing up messages on their Telegram, which they're probably not paying attention to. We need some emergency, like, notify group function, you know, like someone's knocking on the door.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Can you just hack into their UI, Brandon, and start putting like a message in their UI, like Ghost in the Machine?
Only I think if the only way we'd have time to actually get that done is if you came over here and started working on one side of my keyboard and I was on the other, and we feverishly hacked into the matrix together.
I don't know, the Brandon energies have never been in the same room like that. We might cleave reality in half.
Our powers combined.
Our powers combined. Yeah.
I'm going to
Co-hacking.
do some forensic though and see who the best person is to target for this link.
We'll go back to sharing my screen.
Okay, I asked Dario to provide me the link because he's connected with Willow. I know him from EOS support as well, so maybe that's a possible way.
Oh,
good.
Cool. Good call. It wasn't Mohammed who created the link. Let's see.
I can't wait till we can watch this live. Wow. Group one already reached consensus?
Okay, so I know for a fact that Zakaria is in that group, but his Telegram is, it says the user doesn't seem to exist. Let's see here, 80 members. Zakaria. No.
Willow just answered me. He's trying to fetch the link for Marcus.
What's that? Say that again.
Willow just answered me that he can fetch the link to the breakout room.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Should come any minute.
That's a good sign. Looks like he has left the building.
Perfect.
I was just looking into the code to pull out the methods that can decrypt what's on chain with his old password, but we're set. Yeah, group one, man. That's a strong consensus there.
Luca.
Yep. He deserves it. That's great. Not that the others don't.
It must have just been clear to everybody there. Is the music too loud in the background? Is it okay?
I think it's good. It's
okay.
Group 10 just got their third vote for Hernan, as did Group 6 for Edgar.
You can see the screen, right, that I'm sharing?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Well, it's Group 17. Jesse's got 3 votes. Bees. Still only 1 vote in these other groups. 17 is or no. 13 is still, 12 is still contentious here. Gotta hold out.
It's possible that 1 or 2 of them didn't show up for the election, which would mean that there were only 3 votes to cast. I don't know.
Oh, we can't see that, can we? if someone's not actually there. Is there a way to do that where it'd be like ghosted or something, and then if they weren't actually, the way for the system to know who is not there?
Only who didn't vote.
You can't detect like activity on like the Zoom, or like clicking someone having clicked a link to start the Zoom or clicked a link to no.
No, because
Really?
they're all independent.
What kind of big brother are you? Oh wow, 5 and 6 are owning in. Michael Sullivan.
You see, the group 4.
Oh, poor group 4 hasn't voted for any. Oh, Dan, what? How did Dan sneak into a room?
He was opted in, yeah. Yeah, he was opted in.
Dan, Dominic, Mike, and Randall in one group.
He was just not in the community room? I didn't see him.
No, that's what Mike was saying, is that he had something come up. He really wanted to be here, and I'm hoping he can make it at some point during the process, but
okay, so he's probably, again, we don't really know if he's actually participating in that room. He's probably not. I see. They dodged a bullet, but still no one's voted at all in group 4, which is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that discussions are in full swing there.
I'm gonna make a note to like watch that one first, I think.
Lilo just said Marcus made it into the group.
Marcus made it in?
Yeah.
Which group?
Great, awesome. 22, I think.
Oh, okay, nice. 22, he made it in. Yep. Good deal. They have a chance to. He can do a speed pitch. There's still time. Group 18's kind of getting close. Looks like, oh, Nova Crypto's got 2 votes. He's got to convince Dwayne. I don't know the other people in this room very well. Oh, I see he's, okay. Melvin's voting for, well, it doesn't really, yeah, Melvin's voting for himself and Angela's voting for Angela, and that's all it's voted in. Oh, it's all self-voters in group 16 so far. No one's been persuaded. Oh, Constorf is not here. Wait, what?
We might have some learnings out of this.
The self-vote that never showed up, you see? In the Eden Telegram channel, it says there was a person on ours that just voted for himself and never even showed up.
I wondered if that was the case, looking at the results, and that would be grounds for action by the community against that person.
We had the same experience. It's as if half our group was in their own meeting and 2 people were in our meeting. It's like 3 in one or 4 in one and 2 in another.
Which group were you in, Gregory? Well, here, I'll pull it up. Did your group reach consensus?
Well, there were only 2 of us.
And you're sure that the others were present?
Well, I saw the votes get registered, but they were never in the Zoom meeting. And it looked like maybe they were in their own meeting.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's only one additional vote. So were you in the meeting with Michael?
Michael, yes.
Boomer, okay. And then it looks like Waxa ended up
Waxa received a vote from Taha, but we never saw either of them.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Taha.
I'll send you a screenshot of what I saw here.
The voting's not closed yet, but that is curious. I wonder how they ended up in a separate room. So you're pretty sure, Gregory, that you followed the link that was generated in the UI.
Yeah, I believe I created the link. I think I was the
you
first
created
one.
the link.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
yeah, you were in the official room. I'm concerned that Taha cast a vote without even showing up. And so I've reached out to Taha, but
which group, Brandon?
Group 9.
9. I see.
Hey, Brandon, this is Michael. Did Gregory get a chance to tell you guys about the problem there?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like Taha wasn't in the video call, but he ended up casting a vote for someone else, which is affecting consensus in that group. I've reached out to them on Telegram to ask what happened, but I'm not getting a response right now.
Other than that, everything worked great. Incredibly easy. You know, I was a first-time Genesis, and this is my second time, and I would say much smoother and much easier for us this time around, or at least me.
I'm glad to hear that. I think what we're finding is that this time around, there were many more people who had registered but did not show up. And I think there could probably be some things done in the contract and the UI to mitigate that in future elections.
Would it be possible, Brendan, to make it that people can only register, let's say, 15 days in advance? Or we set it up so that they can't register too far ahead.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, because I've been following along, and I think we had 80 registrants 6 months ago. And so I'm guessing after the election, they were all hyped and they kind of completely forgot.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. We should more narrowly scope the timeline for registering for the election. The other thing that could be done is have a check-in during the hour prior to the election, although that can present some of its own problems.
I'm guessing
definitely should be a topic for discussion.
When they registered months ago, we didn't even have this date for today, right? So we didn't even know when the election would be.
Well, we did. We did.
Yeah, it was
the date is
set.
created right after the election, but
there was talk of an election January 28th.
There was
Are
uncertainty.
you saying that April 9th was already there on September 9th? Wasn't it supposed to be March 9th?
October 9th
that's right,
was
yeah.
the last election.
Gotcha,
and it's 6 months, automatically scheduled 6 months in advance.
Do we have a way to look at right now who's actually in the rooms or not? To know how many people actually showed up?
We don't. We'll hopefully have recordings. And we'll be able to review the recordings after the fact. But right now, all we can see is who has voted and who has not.
Brandon, maybe one way to solve that in the future would... Who's echoing?
Sebastian Bayer.
Sorry. One way to solve that could be to incentivize people to click like a button in the UI that says present, or maybe there's a way to like opt in that you're actually
a check-in.
Check-in button.
So those in the room where let's say a majority didn't show up, let's say there's only 2 people in the room, one person votes, or actually both person vote yes for the one of the 2 that showed up, they still don't reach consensus, or how does the UI
They
know?
will.
Okay, so we'll just have to do manually.
No, they'll reach consensus because consensus is based on the number of votes actually cast, not upon the number of people in the room, right?
So the UI will still filter it out. Gotcha, okay. So it doesn't penalize them, other than, because I'm reading in the chat and it seems like there's a group that says they won't be able to reach consensus because 1 didn't show up, even though 2 votes reached consensus. So I'm guessing that
we're
is
looking at
solved,
that here.
correct.
Well, group 9, right? We have it on the screen right here. Gregory and Michael were present in that room and, in good faith working to come to consensus. And it appears that Taha decided to cast a vote, even though he wasn't present for Waksa there. And that right now is preventing group 9 from coming to consensus.
Gotcha. So he's not present, but he's still able to cast a vote on chain regardless.
That's right, yeah. The chain doesn't know whether you're in the Zoom meeting or not. Yeah. And that's where really, communication or community arbitration, these are activities that prevent the community from coming to consensus, and that's not compatible with the culture or the mission of the community.
James Mart is asking in the chat, we have 10 minutes to vote after the end of the Zoom call, ?
That's correct. They can vote during the Zoom call or in the 10 minutes after the Zoom call.
And the Zoom automatically bumps them out at that point? Is that what I understand? It's been a while since I've actually gone through that.
So I think, if the Zoom room was created by someone with a free Zoom account, then it's limited to 40 minutes and it would bump them out. If someone has a paid Zoom account, then it could go longer. That's why we say have the UI open and be cognizant of the time in the UI.
That's right. I forget we're dealing with that weird artificial Zoom limitation. We should lobby Zoom to change their free time period for Eden members.
Yeah, or build video communications directly into the UI as a custom solution.
That'd be nice too.
Joe, you're responsible for the music.
Till
Wednesday to reach
Wednesday. To reach out to Zoom executives and make it happen, go for it. And then let the other Brandon know by Thursday so he can make the changes or whatever's necessary. And let's have another election next Saturday.
I like the way you think, Eve. Action oriented.
Yeah, I'm on it.
The thing is, I go to university and everybody who's there gets a free premium account. So I don't know if that kind of deal is possible for Eden as well.
It just means you have an unfair advantage in all Eden elections.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Lovejoy, are you the source of this music?
I am.
Nice.
Better than the elevator music I play in the fireside, that's for sure. But I'm not a DJ, so it's too stressful for me to choose actual songs.
Hey, guess what?
What?
So look at group 9.
Oh.
I think I may have gotten through to Taha.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not good that he wasn't present in the meeting. And it's possible maybe the meeting could have gone on and he might have showed up. Reality is a vote was cast before he showed up in the meeting, so that's problematic. But at least now the group isn't prevented from coming to consensus in group 9.
Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, I messaged him in the group chat too. Did he respond to you?
No, he didn't.
I messaged him as well on Discord.
This is Gabrielle. I need to have a clarification question. We didn't achieve consensus in our group. I think it was group 5. Does one of us need to change the vote in that case?
If you
Group
want
5.
someone to advance, yes.
I don't think you're in group 5 because that one came to consensus.
Oh, yeah,
Do a
no.
fine for Gabriel.
Bottom of the list.
Can you see which one I'm in? It doesn't show the number on the page.
I saw
We'll
you
find it,
earlier.
yeah.
Trying to
Bottom,
find
Do a
you.
command
bottom
F.
of the list.
Bottom of the
Oh,
list.
bottom, okay.
25.
Maybe
No.
Something I saw
24
on
maybe?
screen.
Here, I'll
Well, it's
find
one.
it.
It's
Sorry.
one with 3 votes, or we need
I
one
think it
more.
was
It's
open
group
already.
13. Yep.
Oh, there you
13.
are.
Yep. And so here, somebody needs 4 votes. Right now, there's only 60% consensus.
Okay.
So if Gracie were to get another vote, she would become a delegate for this group. If Marco got 2 votes. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I'll change.
Isn't it he can change till 5 more minutes more if he
Yes.
choose so?
Yeah, 4 or 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I got a question. We had 5 folks in our group, and 3 of us had voted, and 2 of us had not voted. So 3 of us were in consensus, 2 of us had not voted. And the question became, do those 2 that had not voted be treated like no-shows at that point? Is it one and the same? Because it showed that out of the people who had voted, 3 out of 3 did, and it was a star, but 3 out of 5 was not 2/3.
Well, so this is group 7. So let's take a look at group 7. I see a consensus with 5 votes
Yeah, that's
cast.
ours. But before those last 2 came on and voted, it had a star with 3 green boxes.
And let's, Lovejoy, can you turn down the music a little bit? I think that it's flooding out Mark's voice.
Done.
One moment, Mark.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for that. Yeah, but so there were 3 green boxes with a star, and number 4 and 5 had not voted, and we were wondering, did that 4 and 5 get treated as no shows? So we had 3 out of consensus at that point, because I was thinking it had 2/3.
Yeah, so this is an interesting a fine point to voting. Consensus is based on the number of votes cast, not the number of people actually in the group. The reason for that is, if you have 1 no-show in a group of 4 or 2 no-shows in a group of 5, the group could be, prevented from reaching consensus. So in that case, if 3 votes are cast and they're all for the same person, and that person is voting for themselves, then that represents a consensus.
What if the
You're
people
welcome.
are in the group and it's not that they don't want to vote, they abstain. They don't believe that anybody should.
Then that's within their right.
So they are voting. But then if they don't vote, and there were in this example, 3 of them would have voted, the person who would have received 3 votes would move forward, even though in reality, the other 2 didn't. So the other 2, I guess, would have to cast a vote against
That's
them.
right. Yes.
They should vote for themselves.
Consensus, they can vote for themselves. Yeah.
Wonder what's going on with group 12.
2 minutes and 42 seconds left for voting.
Gav, I do see your group did achieve consensus.
Yeah, I changed. Yeah, the vote's been changed and it's done. Maybe you got to refresh the page or something.
So I have a video recording of just a few seconds and a blacked out screen. I guess I did not record that meeting.
Okay, I hope it's possible someone else in your group was able to record that, and you can request that recording from them.
Another question when timing's right. I have another question.
Go for it.
Basically, because our timer ran out, and I now remember you were saying there's an additional amount of time. So I just wanted that to be said, because I'm realizing now we probably had an extra 10 minutes or something because it was rushed.
So a host does not automatically record the meeting.
Correct. Someone must actually actively record that.
Mark, I think the Zoom runs out anyways, right? After 45 minutes. So
yeah,
if it's a free account, 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Wow, it looks like only 1 group has not reached consensus.
16 just pulled it off the last moment here.
They
looks
did.
And
it's like they're just waiting to
12
cast their votes.
It's I don't know who's in the room, but it looks like a video has been uploaded already, which is kind of funny. Is it a protest video? Can we watch it?
Yeah, there's nothing interesting there. 3 no show, 2 voted up, and
In 12?
One person who wasn't present voted?
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it was a mistake or I don't know what was the purpose of
It-
that, to be honest.
It may be a bug in the UI because we had that in another group.
Ah, okay.
Well,
So maybe.
Yeah, I
Or
don't think there's a bug there. I think they were actually, I mean, if it says they voted here, then they cast a vote, right?
It must
That's
be on chain,
problematic.
right?
Right.
is that Martin or Seth talking? Seth?
Seth, yes, sorry.
Okay,
Hi.
so Martin Zhang voted but was not present,
Yes, exactly.
and so you were the only one in the group.
No, I was, it was me and EHEP. So there were two people.
Oh, I see. You two both voted, but it wasn't enough to get
Wow.
past that one random vote. That's too bad.
Yes, so we can like finish everyone, reach consensus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, this is something that the community through the chief delegates can arbitrate and take action. You know.
Yeah, I
Of
mean,
course, things should be investigated. Mistakes can be made, but you know.
Yeah, accidents are one thing, malice is another.
Right. All right, guys. Round one is completed. No more votes can be cast. And looking here, I'd say in spite of many of the no-shows, 24 out of 25 groups reached consensus. So congratulations, everyone. At this point in time, we just need to run elect process and round two will kick off. So EOS support, are we ready for elect process? Looks like that's been done.
Yes.
We can see round two starts. Okay.
Brandon,
Guys, yes.
I just have a question for the round one. It's okay for us?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was in the group one. It is okay? It is all sorted or what is?
Yeah, we reached consensus.
I was not sure because we have had some
you were in group 18,
problems
Patrick.
during our round. That was not clear. There was
Group
someone
18.
joining and
looks
Your
like
group
you're the
reached
one
consensus.
selected. On you.
Yep.
Yeah, I was selected, but there was Lee Vibin not showing his face during all the consensus. He was not showing his face, so he was not speaking at nothing. And
was he on the call?
He was on the call, but not showing his face. We have asked him many times to show his face, but he has not showed. But he has voted. That's okay. And Jing Song was okay. And Robert Moore, he was not there. He was not into
Yeah. Well, you have on-chain consensus here. Everyone voted for you.
Yeah, finally, but that was like I would say not so.
Yeah, we had that happen in a few of the groups. It's not optimal at all. All right, guys, round two's kicked off. So I'd encourage you to make sure that the meeting links are generated and that we're ready for this. Wow, how many groups do we have in round two?
5.
5. Heavy hitters.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about this one is everybody should actually be present.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's right.
Is Brock Pierce
Now
running?
it really starts.
Brock
Pierce
is in there.
won his round. I think it was group 23.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Moving on up.
Wow, he decided to run.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to, but
irresistible.
He's got sold at the last.
I showed up, and I guess it is what it is.
Famous last words.
Okay, you got me. I try to get away, and you keep pulling me back in.
If you
Welcome
win
to
this next
Eos.
round, you're going to have a
That's
lot
the
of
story of our lives,
responsibilities.
Well, one problem I'm getting is with join meeting button activates when round starts. I don't have.
Yeah, we all have it grayed out, I think.
Yeah, it's grayed out for me.
So once that 10-minute timer countdown finishes, then it'll turn blue and you'll be able to click it and join the meeting.
Hey guys, I can't actually get into round two. I've just got a error loading information. Please reload page. Refreshed it a bunch of times, but
seems several people have that problem. The print screen is in the Eden Telegram group.
Let's see here.
So there will be 5 chief delegates this time around.
Mm-hmm. Or 4 and 1 head chief delegate, since that's still a thing.
Yes, yes.
I keep on hitting
remains a thing. It still remains a thing under the new bylaws. It's just that the
it's just
the discrepancy between the pay is much smaller.
Yeah.
Are those getting the error?
I am.
Yeah. How many of you are getting the error loading election information?
This guy.
I have.
Okay. So I recommend try an incognito browser window, or
Control F5 to refresh the cache, and that's
yeah,
work.
you can do that as well.
That's work.
Won't that
It
mess
worked.
up your password? Then you have to reset
just
the password.
Make sure you know your password, right? Don't reset your password if the link's already been created. Who's in your group? And if you see something in program, if you have, if you're in the Zoom meeting, you can get the Zoom link from I think the top left of Zoom. So let's be proactive. Make sure everybody gets into the groups. You shouldn't have any trouble, but
yeah, we had one Marcus. We were trying to get into his group for the better part of the round because he was unable to access the room.
Okay, so yeah, that's a good point that Brandon said. I just want to make it crystal clear. If you can't get into the room because the button on the screen is zoomed out, is grayed out or something, or the page is errored out, you can just chat one of the other people in your group and say, hey, send me the Zoom link. The only purpose of that page is to generate the Zoom link. And so anybody can just share a Zoom link once the link has been generated and you can get in.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you also need to vote. You have to vote on that page too. And if I can't see any of it right now, it's full error.
Same. I can't vote.
So do you guys want to try an incognito tab?
I am in incognito.
You are in incognito. Okay. If you get the group, then let me give you a backup to be able to vote here. 1 second. You can working.
Is Brock running? It looks like he's in group 3.
That's correct.
Yes, he is.
Nice.
Jesse, you have some stiff competition. Brock, are you gonna put yourself forward if we can ask in this next round?
Error loading election information, always.
It's not working.
It's not working.
I've posted a link in here. In the blocks.io. Yeah, you can vote. Yeah, you can vote directly from the blocks.io UI as well. If we have to resort to that, we can. I'm curious to know how many people are encountering this error, though.
It's still not working to me. Error loading the election portal, the election link.
Okay.
I sign it off. I sign it in again. That's error loading election page. I don't see the page that you are sharing the screen before Brandon Lovejoy with all the rooms and all that.
I got the Genesis Eden contract up for some reason. Hold on
yeah, I know.
I must have.
I say I don't see your page before.
See this now, though?
Yeah, but I don't see that to me. You
What do
say
you mean?
error loading election information.
Oh, right.
That.
We understand. Yeah, a lot of people are having that problem right now, Patrick. We're trying to solve it.
I am in Chrome, but that's worked before. I don't know why now it's not working.
You did try an incognito window, right, Patrick?
Again, please.
Did you try an incognito browser in Chrome? Some people said that worked.
I am in Chrome. That's not working. Yeah.
Do you know how to launch an incognito browser?
Private window.
I have only in Chrome at the moment. Yeah.
Brandon, Fandrew, real quick to clarify, if we need to, do we organize folks into their own Zoom rooms and then they vote through blocks? Is that the fallback here?
Yeah, so it sounds like the majority of us can see the UI just fine. And in 27 seconds, that link will turn blue and you can actually join the room. Once you join the room, please copy that Zoom link to anyone who isn't in your room over Telegram so that we get everybody into that room with you. Then, if you can't load the UI to vote, there is this, I just posted the link in the chat here in Zoom. There is a link to blocks.io where you can cast a vote directly to the chain there as well. Your colleagues who are in the UI will be able to see your vote register in that case and confirm that you did it for whom you wanted to.
Hey, Patrick, are you in live results? Live results? You need to click both the tab and the link to get to there.
And we want to make sure too, Patrick, incognito. So Command Shift in.
Yeah, I do that many times.
Okay, and try a different browser.
Yeah, I try
Maybe
another
Safari.
browser now. Yeah, I do another.
And does your URL have the /stats at the end? Because I had to manually add that to see this exact screen personally. And when I put the election /stats, it worked.
This won't be the voting interface.
Can you
obviously,
put the,
right? You have to click on
can you put the
election.
link to where to go exactly into the Zoom chat to go to this interface that you
Yes,
are
Patrick,
seeing?
somebody just put it in there.
Okay,
Patrick.
okay. So I click this one. Okay.
Did you try turning it off?
Yeah,
and turning
now
it
it's
back on
coming.
again?
Now it's coming, and I am into another browser.
There's a link after you click the tab.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's showing.
There should be two antennas on the back of your computer.
Now it's okay.
All right,
Michael, are
cool,
you
it's
in?
working.
Michael,
Yeah, but I am
O'Sullivan,
no
are you
more in
in?
Chrome. I am into the Edge browser, the browser that I don't like at all. But I am into this shit browser, and there is working. And into the Chrome that was not working. Oh,
It's working now, though, right, Patrick?
Yeah,
Patrick, is it working? Okay,
don't
great. Then
waste time with me. Don't waste time
okay.
with me. I am
And please
a little bit
Yeah,
beside
then-
my shoes, I think.
Someone
Okay.
link to my group.
I lose my shoes.
Okay. There are other people that need help. So if you don't need help, I would suggest that you mute yourself, please.
Can you guys look to see who Michael Bamer's group is in? And I'll try and message those guys to get me in.
Which group?
It's group
Right there, group 4.
This one, group 4.
Yeah, let me see. Randall. Thank you.
Randall.
Perfect. I just got a message.
Okay.
And Patrick, Chris Barnes sent you a private message, so you shouldn't be in this Zoom right now. You should be in your group.
I'm too late. Okay.
Chris Barnes sent you the Zoom link privately.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we get a message that says on the elections page that says you are not involved in further rounds, from that point on, is it just observation? Like we just kind of watch the process? We don't really have any other roles as voting?
That's correct. Yeah, you can hang around here and have a little watch party with us.
Cool. Thank you.
Upload
Yeah,
the
no
video
problem.
if you record it.
Does no one else need help right now?
Yeah, there is Michael from Bywire in the Eden Telegram who also can't get in his room.
All right, let's see.
He should be in group 2.
Looks like
Dan Singjoy or Johnny Heater, both of them might be able to send him the link. So I don't know. Oh, he's in the room. Never mind.
he's
I
in.
just confirmed he's in the room.
Okay. I think everyone's good. Anyone else?
Great. The only person with a problem is the media guy. Can't wait for the article that says nothing works.
That's great.
That would be unfortunate. Yeah.
That depends if he wins, James. The process was amazing. It was the best thing in the whole world. I came out on top. The process sucked. I didn't win.
Angela, I also see you in the common room. You're in group 2 if you want to join. I don't know if you don't plan on running and you're on mute.
You're muted.
Still on mute.
and Angela is in the same room as what Michael was in. So Angela, if you don't have the link, maybe ask Michael O'Sullivan from Bywire to send you the link. She was just able to go in, right?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear.
Yep.
Hi. I'm stuck on this screen. I can't get out of this screen to go anywhere. I'm not sure what to do.
Press the leave button.
Leave?
Yeah, but make sure you have the other Zoom link that you need to go to. Do you have that?
But all I'm seeing is Brandon's screen and you guys. I don't see any.
So you have to go back to.
Go ahead, Brandon.
You have to go back to your browser and look at the election page there. There should be a blue button that says join meeting. Are you able to see that?
No.
Your Zoom's probably in full stream right now. Yeah, you have to, I guess, minimize Zoom to get to your browser.
Yeah, or maybe push the escape button to minimize Zoom.
When I put my cursor over my browser button, I just get the chat.
In the chat.
The Zoom chat.
Angela, you should have gotten a private message on Telegram with a Zoom link to join the group.
Yeah, but I can't get out of this screen.
Okay. If you hover over this screen, there should be at the bottom right a red leave button. Do you see that?
When you click that new Zoom link, it will say leave this and join. That might be safe.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Something happened. Okay. So I
stopped sharing.
So I click leave.
Yes. Go on.
So I click leave, and then I go back to Telegram and click on the link there.
Yeah, you should have a private message. You should have a message. Yep, with a new Zoom link to join that group, and it should also possibly be visible from the UI in your browser, if you're hopefully you're logged into.
You can
let us know if you have any troubles in the Telegram.
You can verify that link is there before you leave the meeting if it's not too late.
As long as she can get back to the Telegram, she can get back to here, or hopefully on to the other group, or anyone else, stragglers that need to get to where they're going. Andrew, is that cat authorized?
That's a good question. He's certainly really interested in being on the microphone. You might be able to hear his rubbing up against it right now.
Some purring, perhaps.
He just needs an EOS account and to get on camera to be inducted, right?
Yeah.
All right.
1 meow for yes, 2 meows. Well, that's not going to work. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll stand up for him. I'll invite him. I think we need more.
No one's tried to induct a cat yet. That would be a first. Uh-oh, so I can't vote at all. Is he trying that in blocks? No ideas. Pantry, are you seeing that in Telegram?
Yeah. I think it's because he has @ in front of the Dan name. Could be.
No, he tried it below without the @ Is it Michael, are you certain, or is he certain that it is only Dan? Because
it's round 1. He needs to change it from round 2 to round 1.
Oh, that's fine. No, he did. Yeah.
And hold on, let me see. So Dan is just Dan. Okay. And Bywire. He's, bywire.com. So should be 1bywire.com. Yep, he got it. It always comes down to off by 1 errors, doesn't it?
Who's Dan? Is that Dan's running or?
Singjoy or?
Oh.
Yeah,
Singjoy.
Singjoy.
Lars, I have a question. That is your background or your office is fucking crazy cool?
It's real. See?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
No. Early pandemic, I invested a lot. I knew I'd be sitting in front of a computer a lot, so I just spent the money and bought all the shit.
Cool.
Thank
I
you.
am right now in El Salvador. I moved from Venezuela to here for help with the Bitcoin path here in El Salvador.
Nice.
Cool.
Jealous. That's awesome.
Yeah. This place will explode soon, believe me. Many investors, many Binance people. Actually, Brooke come here last week. Like El Salvador will become like the embassy for the blockchain and Bitcoin space. I'm here.
Awesome. Keep us posted on how things go down there. And let us know if the EOS community makes any inroads in that part of the world. See if I could play some music without it getting too overpowering. I got to get a mixer so then I can really know. Right now I'm doing it on the computer only. He said El Salvador and I thought, Cuba. It was just easier to find Cuban music than El Salvadorian music.
Gregory Wexler has interesting background too.
Oh, what? Gregory?
Thank you.
So yeah, there's
some
crypto that says they're stuck.
A lot of weapon. Interesting.
Yeah, he's ready to go. If consensus doesn't work out, no.
So crypto, what is your name? Which room or which group are you supposed to be in?
Who?
Well, there's somebody in chat. His pseudonym is Crypto, and he's saying he's got an issue. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be in a room or not because there's no crypto in terms of names as participants. So I'm not sure if he's having an issue joining this particular call or joining his group, or I'm not too sure what the issue.
Yeah, I don't see him. It looks like his Telegram name is SASUKECRY. And at least there's nobody with that Telegram name.
Yeah, he's not in a room. Or he's not.
And I guess his issue is about voting.
Well, that's not an issue for.
Well, it is an issue if he's in a group and he can't vote, like Michael was having issues.
But I don't think he's one of these people.
That's why I'm saying I'm not too sure who he is.
No, he's not. He's not.
Should we send him the Zoom link? Be like, come on in, talk to us.
Okay, he's not stuck. I'll follow him.
Maybe it was just like asking if anyone has a solution, just any solution to anything.
Brandon, I think that Andrew sent you a Spotify link. I'm guessing that's for El Salvadorian music.
Oh, hey.
Oh, man.
Check it out.
Salvadorian cumbia music.
Oh yeah, cumbia. I love cumbia. Let's see. Where was this sent to me?
In this Zoom
Oh, in
chat.
the, I see it. Well, let's try that out since I do subscribe to Spotify.
Soy salvadoreño. San Vicente de Tito Flores.
Are you really Brandon?
Am I what?
No, the other Brandon.
Oh.
Oh yes. Oh yes, I am.
So very few votes cast so far. Group 4, immediately when it started, Taras voted for himself. And maybe 5 minutes ago, Lucas voted for himself. Since then, there hasn't been any movement. And group 2, obviously, Michael voted for Dan. That was about 5 minutes ago as well. Group 1 should be quite interesting. We've got people that typically move forward more than one round, all bunched together.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 is serious business.
Kind of interesting though, we now know that we have max 5 chief delegates this time around.
Yes.
Yeah.
See Shahuz there. He actually contributed a few wording tweaks to our code base recently. He's been doing a lot of good stuff in the community. Good to see him.
Yeah, and I think Chuck for any community. So that's an interesting one in group 5.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Can you guys hear the Salvadorian music now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And not as loud as the 2 last attempts.
Yeah. Good. So that's what I'm aiming for.
My ears don't hurt as much as they did 2 minutes ago.
Psychological warfare.
Yeah, you should be doing that in the election rounds, in the actual rooms, not in here.
Yeah, just horns blasting. Only the resilient shall survive. Yeah, that's some next level election round territory.
So interestingly, we do have 39 participants here. The number has been going up over the last 15 minutes. So more and more people are actually showing up to chill out in this room.
Nice.
Hopefully this doesn't cause any trouble with the US Nation live stream playing from Spotify now, because I was using something that was not going to ding any. This is the Orquestra San Vicente de Tito Flores.
I think that must be why we got more people joining. Like here we got the music going and they want to join the party.
Yeah.
How would that work for copyrights if basically anybody can share a Spotify link, right? You don't need to actually have a Spotify membership to be able to listen to the link.
I think you do. I do, so I don't know if you can get into it without having Spotify to listen. But now it's being broadcast to the whole world, and so it'll be fine. Everything's going to be fine.
We do have group 2 just added another vote. John Heater voted for Michael Sullivan. So we now have kind of a deadlock in that group. It'd be interesting to see if Michael changes the vote for himself.
Oh yeah. Interesting. Still very tense in group 1. No one voting.
So our friend Crypto in the Eden Members channel says he's Zakaria in group 2.
Oh.
Yeah, so we need to try to get Angela, Dan, John, and Michael to get that link over to them if he doesn't have it already.
Confusing.
I'm confused. I said, "Are you stuck?" And Crypto said, "No."
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And I guess they don't need to send it in private, right? They could send it in the Eden members group if that's easier.
Yeah.
Because we know he's in the Eden members group at least.
Yeah.
Is Zakaria, are you here in this chat right now? Because that may also help if you speak up.
I don't see him under any name.
Andres is having a good time. I see you dancing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Latin American Eden to organize where it will happen. We have a huge community in Venezuela, and
we are working with Eden Spark as a Latin for Eden group, but we need more traction in a little bit because the Venezuela stuff with EOS Microlon was a big fail. Many people I know was in jail, like what, and get out from the space in because many bad guys was looking for people around EOS, like what, that's the why is because that project. But right now in El Salvador it's legal all this stuff is, and we could set up some LTD here and register for being full compliance to grow the EOS ecosystem, but step by step.
awesome. That's great to hear.
Yeah, that's the plan. Actually, I am working. I don't know. Here is someone from Telos, but I am working pretty close with API 3, and API 3 is like middleware oracles open source. When it become EVM in some layer, it will be cool with the Oracle system. I'm pretty involved with that because I have that faith about save my country with fair oracles. Like the dollar in my country is with Instagram picture at 9 and 1 p.m. Like, hey, we could set up some oracle for or parallel dollar system. And I'm on the soul of the people and keep working.
All right, looks like Zachariah is in room 2 now, according to John Heater from Boyd.
Excellent.
That's awesome.
Great. Well, that should make consensus a little easier.
We're about halfway through this round, about a little over 30 minutes in. We should start seeing within the next 10 minutes or so a bunch of votes starting to come in. That's usually when they start.
Who else can't wait to have these streams publicly available so we can have switching back and forth between the channels? We're like, oh, in this room it's heating up, and then we can have people calling it live, reality TV style.
Like a commentator, like ESPN. Like
yeah, like but you have to talk like a whisper, like you're commentating on like a tennis match, like
golf
or golf. Yeah. Oh, Jesse Jeff just raised a very interesting point, and it looks like
my God, Brandon's all in. Brandon's all in.
He did not just say that.
I think somebody needs to create a DApp that will allow us to place bets on outcomes of elections.
Everpedia,
you should be able to do that with.
Yeah, you could use Predict. Yeah. I thought about it before this, starting a betting pool, but who would end up in the chief delegate room? But
part of the problem is that we need to solve the issue of having a lot of people register too far in advance, so we don't really get an accurate representation of who's showing up.
Yeah, for real.
And that really does cause disruption, as we saw in round 1. A lot of the problems were linked to people registering and not being there.
Yeah, or people registering, not being there, and voting even though they weren't there.
That is
strange.
The odd thing. So that means that they're aware of the election, they're on time, unless you said, Brandon, that some votes were cast prior to the election starting. So is there a way
votes can't be.
No,
they can't be cast prior to the election. Mm-hmm.
So that means they are following along. They just choose, and I guess in those instances, twice the person voted for themselves, and once somebody voted for somebody else, so they knew that they wanted to vote for somebody. So that's an active. It really is an active vote.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Voting for yourself, it could be that could be debated.
But voting for somebody else could be a vulnerability. I mean, in this case, it maybe isn't because it's a small community, but people should have in mind that if there's somebody not showing up on the stream, that's our civil protection in elections. So if somebody's not showing their face on stream and casting a vote for somebody, it could be assumed, maybe should be assumed for security reasons, that the person who got voted for has two accounts and are voting for themselves, happened to put in the same election. It's very unlikely, but it's
so it did happen in round one, James. Patrick was saying that in his group, somebody with no face or that refused to turn on the video voted for him. And without that vote, actually, he wouldn't have gotten through. So he got 4 votes, but without that, he would have only gotten 4. But one person, I guess he wouldn't have reached consensus without that vote. I believe.
Yeah, which I mean, I'm happy for Patrick, but I definitely think that the person who cast that vote without showing up on camera needs to be contacted, and we need to figure out what happened.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and that was Lee Wabin.
Also, in terms of the game theory of betting markets, people need to be careful just because you're introducing some new incentives into your election group. People, there's money on the line about whether you're going to win or lose.
You are, but I guess that's not under your control. Anybody could go and do a predict.
Oh, sure. But if I'm betting on predict that somebody's going to win and they end up in my election group, now my support for that individual is less about my subjective valuation of their value they bring to this community, and more because I want to make money, which there's no way to prevent. That's why this is subjective consensus, but it's something to be aware of. And if the community is aware of it, that there's a betting market, it's something to keep in mind, because it can
the conflict of interest, for sure. It skews the incentives. Yeah, that's the same reason that in Pomelo, for example, we try to prevent. For example, we don't reward people with NFTs for being a donor, because we don't want to encourage blind donations just to come and donate just to win a free NFT, for example.
A lot of these issues, disappear is not the right word, but as you grow in size, they become less relevant.
Yeah.
Unless everyone's doing it, but
it's still very relevant right now because we have very few people participating. I mean, right now, effectively, you win 2 rounds and you're a chief delegate for the next 3 months. But if we had 10 times the participants, it doesn't weigh as much on the system, or the system filters that out more effectively.
Agreed.
Wow, group
All
one.
of the issues we're facing, we just need more people for the system to become stronger.
Yeah. Group one, notable vote just cast. Chris Barnes just voted for Edgar Fernandez.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Also, we've got 20 minutes left in this round, 10 minutes left in the meeting segment, and no consensus yet. I think people are really probably enthralled with all of the wonderful proposals that are out there.
And the gray flag next to the blue squares denotes that, Abe, what does it denote?
Well, it means that consensus could be achieved, except for the person that consensus would be falling on didn't vote for themselves, so they haven't accepted the nomination. There's enough votes for one person to reach consensus, but they're not voting for themselves. Oh, look at that.
Group 4, Randall just voted for Gracie. And Gracie
yeah, and you can
has yet to vote for herself, and so that's another good example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So if Gracie were to vote for herself, she would currently have consensus.
That's correct.
And in that group, Taras was the one that, as soon as the group started, he voted for himself. I believe in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that video.
Oh, Brock just received a vote in group number 3 from Jesse.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Jesse had said on multiple occasions that he was going to try and become a chief delegate again. So that's quite interesting.
Hmm.
I'm surprised actually that.
I am too.
Interesting to watch.
Yeah.
I would be surprised that he would be willing to make that time commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm thinking.
And I also want to throw a little plug for anybody who wants to put out better, well thought out ideas related to gambling or how we should deal with any other social issues here. I shared a link to a GitHub page. It's under the EOS community GitHub, and we actually incentivize your proposals. So if you have some ideas that you feel aren't getting known and you want to release them under a free license, we will incentivize you with funding from actually the second trial easement election. So yeah, the link's in the chat.
Nice.
Cool.
Anyone's looking for a good book?
Hernan has voted for himself in group. There's a few. Oh, they're deciding. He just switched to Edgar, and Luca also just switched to Edgar. So Edgar currently has 3, but he is not voting for himself.
Yes, Costa Rica. I'm still just waiting with bated breath on group 3. This
is quite exciting.
Yeah, group 5 is
really is.
Nothing's going on.
That's why we need to hire a professional commentator next time, even just for this group. With the deep voice in the microphone, doing the play-by-play.
Does Brock know about the time commitment?
Have to rely on consensus of that group.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Jesse, if anyone can inform him that, it's not trivial.
Well, having said that, the new chief delegates do not need to replicate what the current chief delegates have done. It is possible that in the new chief delegates, they determine that they don't do live streams or recorded calls once per week. They could also decide that they. Oh, Brock Pierce now has 3 votes. If he votes for himself, he's going through.
He did.
He's now voting for himself, so he does have consensus.
My. Group 2 has consensus.
Yes, as Michael has voted for himself. Yes, correct. Okay, there was movement again. Taras unvoted himself and re-voted himself. Oh no, and he just switched to Gracie. So Gracie now has 3 votes. She just needs to vote for herself. And she would have consensus. The same as group 1, where Edgar would have to vote for himself. And it seems as though perhaps Patrick wants to move forward. I'm just speculating here. And so Edgar now voted for himself. It's a win.
It's a win.
For the next
Horse number 6 is running from behind. He's catching up. He just surpasses horse number 4. And he goes through.
For the next election.
We have consensus.
Some party like NFL. And we are the presenters.
And group number 5 still yet to have cast a single vote.
They're quiet. Very quiet.
I have been in elections, either fractally or even with some of these folks, and they're very strong personalities in there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Good talkers.
Yep.
I meant more so people who are very adamant that they should move through.
That too.
And so I'm guessing that it may be quite heated. This is all speculation. I just feel the need to speak.
Since we're not actually
and comment.
Since we're not actually betting, my money is on Chuck. Just so
Yeah, he's got a pretty
friendly
cool
look.
Pomelo pitch on building
does,
tools
yes.
to make it easy to do your own eat-ins, which I think is a great thing to be focusing on in this eat-in election, is building tools to help continue to build on and improve eating.
Gracie just voted for herself.
All right. Go Gracie.
So
So
speculation as a service is the new beginning.
Oh,
Chuck's
Chuck
got a
just
vote,
voted
yeah.
for himself.
Oh, Dogman is asking in chat, what time does this round end? I just never mind, Brendan just answered.
11:03, I believe.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
it's-
yeah, 3 minutes after the hour. That's more accurate, Brendan. Yes.
It's different times based on when they first click that button. Isn't that right?
right.
No,
the
it's
timer starts.
It's all based on the round itself. So the round ends at 3 minutes after the hour.
Okay, thanks.
Man, Group 5 though is still up for grabs. All it takes is one vote to remove that consensus.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, and Group 4 has a unanimous consensus for Gracie.
Wow.
There it
Yeah,
is.
so 5
Super
for Gracie.
majority.
Yeah, that's
Our
awesome.
first,
Gracie is also part of Eden China. She was one of the. She organized Eden China. So we've been working with her for a while at ENF, and very happy for her. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I saw she has a
believe
vanilla pitch out there too.
She's also a chief delegate for Eden China, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was wondering actually, like, if we're gonna run into some strangeness there with the multi-regional hat situation, but
she can speak English fluently, and she can
No, I
participate
didn't.
in both of them.
I didn't mean because of language issues at all. I've
The dual
definitely
funding,
spoken it.
right?
Yeah.
Well, she could have a
Yeah.
dual citizenship effectively.
Well, the Eden China
what I meant by that.
trial was a trial election, so she was initiating it and was elected. It's not super official, you know. It's also a different model. The Eden China
Oh,
is
guys.
they're running for a project.
What?
So it's not
Group 5.
delegates.
Wow.
Group 5, yeah, that's what I said.
Oh
Everybody's voting
my.
for themselves.
Three-way
They will
split.
not
Yeah.
lose consensus. Group
Wow.
5 is.
Oh,
That's what
Brutal.
I said. Group 5 is going to be a hard one.
yeah.
They probably listen to the YouTube stream and want to tease us.
They actually know who they want to win. They're just messing with us.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I see what they think.
They're
I'll
trying
show
to
them.
increase the suspense for us.
They're
Can I
trolling
just
us.
say, super glad to elect Gracie Liu to the next round. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah, good job, you guys. You guys reached a unanimous consent.
I was that was my first like large group where the coming to consensus was challenging, and I would say we did a really good job. I'm very proud of everyone in that group.
Good job.
Nice.
Group 1 and Group 4 still have 2 holdouts. Or sorry, Group 1 and Group 3 still have 2 holdouts.
Well, Patrick is having a hard time voting, so it's unanimous. He just can't vote.
Gotcha. Okay.
Who does he want to vote for? What's
Edgar?
Okay.
I was
So
not
it is
able to vote,
unanimous
but
in
my
Group
vote
1
goes
as well.
to
That's
Edgar.
awesome.
If you're having trouble signing via blocks, just keep on entering in it, and eventually it'll sign through. That's what was for me.
Was not working. But
Patrick,
anyway.
do you use Anchor?
So it's looking as though we're only going to have 4 chief delegates. Or I
That
guess
could very
3
well be
and
the
1 head
case.
delegate, but
There's still 7 minutes or 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes left, right?
Okay.
8
That
minutes
might
and
count.
44 seconds.
Oh, I could look at the timer.
Timer.
8 is possible. Come on, guys.
Look,
They'll
I
do it.
remember
Do it.
last election, round 2. It was to the last like 30 seconds.
And it was
for the
Mark
last group to
Stair.
come to consensus.
And Mark
It
Stair was
wasn't
the
it?
guy who switched his vote to me with 20 seconds to go.
Oh.
So maybe it's gonna happen again. He's a pivotal member in
And
here.
oh, they
we just had
all
another
did
vote
it.
come in.
God,
Oh,
they really are
fuck
trolling
it.
us now.
Fuck it.
They're gonna.
Have we ever seen that? I don't think we've seen
It's a
this
standoff.
before.
It's
It
a
is a
total
standoff.
standoff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
that- I
all
think
send
what
them.
Eve said is correct. It's a powerful personalities all around in that group.
I've been
Let's
in
all
groups
send-
with 3 of those individuals, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I've been in with one of them.
Well, we gotta hold space for them to like find a way for consensus.
It's good that they're all in that room together though, so that they can just butt heads and we don't have to deal with it.
I wish I had a way I could vote for myself too.
Any bets that they're going to come to consensus in this next 7 minutes eternity? I'm saying yes.
I think they'll do it. I believe. I must believe. Because they know they're all gonna. No one's gonna go. That's the thing. Like,
I'd like to believe, but prior experience, I have to vote that they're not going to reach consensus, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
I don't think they're going to do it.
Can any of them?
We've never seen this where 4 people vote for them, or everybody votes for themselves, and essentially nobody is even tipping, right? If you had 2 people vote for one, and all it required was another person, that's. But this is like no.
Yeah, this is unprecedented. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Just
set up for this last 10 minutes.
Group 2 is also interesting, right? We have originally Michael O'Sullivan quickly voted for Dan Singjoy within the first 10 minutes or so, and then he changed the vote for himself after John Peter voted for him, and now Dan just votes for himself live on the air while they're clearly listening to this group. They're listening to this. They're now voting for Michael.
Michael is
live. Wow. Michael currently has the consensus.
Well,
See, things change
Zachariah
fast.
into the group.
Better than football.
What will Zachariah do? We got him in there, right?
Oh,
and picked up another.
Wei Lee finally votes for Brock, so Brock has unanimity in group number 3.
We've got a video that just showed up for group 4.
Yeah.
Group 3, we kind of messed up. We didn't check the Telegram, and Wei Lee was waiting for the link, and we were not able to give him the link, unfortunately, and he was not able to be on the call.
No.
What a mess.
But he wasn't writing in the Eden members group, was he?
No, Dario sent me tagged the rest of our group in the Eden private channel to give him the link, and I didn't check it until after none of us checked it until after the.
But he didn't write in the main Eden members channel because we've been following that one,
or
and I
anything.
didn't.
Yeah, we could have helped a lot earlier, so don't. It's not all on you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we've got 5 minutes left, down to the last 5 minutes.
Jesse, welcome to this riveting group 5 that you haven't been able to pay attention to now on your screen.
Yeah,
that's pretty
waiting
nuts.
for somebody to break off a vote here. We got a real high-powered group there.
I want to point out that Randall was trying to become our czar. He was like, "We need another chief delegate from round 1," and I'm like, "Man, I feel like they've been leaders have been saying that for all of time."
Yeah. Hey, listen, I had to try and convince you guys a little bit there, but I think we elected a great leader in Gracie. So, yeah. Turn up.
Yep.
So we got Mark here. Stare. What do you want to give us? Like, what's the story, man?
Wait, you're here?
Yeah,
You're here.
I'm here. Yeah. Well, we got kicked off because of the Zoom limit.
So who are you going to vote for?
So consensus is not being achieved in group 5.
Trying to see if somebody else breaks the vote first.
You're playing chicken.
Well,
yeah,
you've got 3 minutes to play chicken.
3 minutes
there
till no one
somebody-
advances.
Is there
No one
somebody in the group
advances,
that's
and there are
willing,
only 4 chief delegates.
is there somebody in the group that's willing to represent the interests of all the people in the group?
We all are.
Oh, that's not how it works. That's
Yeah.
not how it works, Josh. You
Yeah,
can't just
sure it
vote
is.
all the time.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, it is precisely how it works. If
correct,
and that's how I
That
got
is a
elected.
means to achieve consensus. Yes.
Everybody in this group has
All
already
did
been.
not
All is
agree on-
fair in love and consensus.
In group
That's what
5,
I-
the amazing
yeah.
thing is that the one in the group that is willing not to vote for himself is going to decide who moves
Pretty
forward.
much. Pretty much.
Yep, and
2
time
minutes
is
and
ticking.
35
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Otherwise, we do not have consensus,
Yeah, 2
and we only
minutes to
have 4
decide
chief
whether-
delegates.
But that's okay. Yeah. If they can't reach consensus, then maybe none of them should be chief delegate.
Well, correct. Yes,
Yeah.
that is the design. Correct.
That is by design.
And so if they
Oh
want to
my.
hold out, then that is the case, right? Nobody wins. That is the idea.
It's a valid outcome.
Yeah, actually, it's quite good. I'm in a way
It's
happy
important.
to see it.
Yep.
But it's the first time, right? I believe it's the first time that this happens.
There would be a lot
nobody
more
wins.
US for the other
Well,
teams, right?
to be honest, the system wins. That's the idea, right?
Yeah.
The design of the system wins.
We just had a change.
The system box wins. The system
Chuck
box.
McDonald.
Mark was the designer.
Stair shifted for
Chuck
Chuck.
needs to pull through with one more vote. He's got a minute,
Right,
a
it's
minute
not
left.
enough. There's just
A
four.
minute left. So
Come on,
Jay
Jay.
or Xavier would have.
I think
to-
Jay-
Now the choice is either Chuck or no consensus.
They're gonna do it. I believe in them. Someone's.
I believe they'll go for Chuck. I told you guys my money's on Chuck. He's gonna win.
Yes.
He's gonna pull it through.
Go for it. Go for it.
What's this
Javier,
music?
you already have your brother.
It's seconds left.
Man.
Got
Come on.
60 seconds left.
You don't want
Mark, you're
you
just
don't want
messing with
nepotism to develop an ear,
What?
man. You don't go-
Mark's just
Hey,
fucking
that's
around.
your brother.
Hey, guys.
Mark just
Your
fucked
brother,
around.
the chief delegate. What, you wanna
You
make
guys,
it
I need the
family-
floor for a
family
second.
feud there?
Okay,
Jay Taylor
over
is
to
going
you.
to speak.
I'm having technical difficulties. I'll get it done. I need a few more seconds. I'll vote for Chuck though on the record. Let me see. I'll get there.
There's only 30 seconds left, and
I'll
at this
get there.
time, Chuck would not be winning if Jay votes for him, though.
Oh,
He would be now.
Marcus. Yeah.
Mark
How
just
do I
switched
change my
again.
vote?
Chuck's box.
Change
Sign
vote. Here we go, guys. Signing certificate.
15, 14.
Congratulations,
13.
Chuck.
Well,
Happy now?
Not yet.
No.
Not
It
yet.
is.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it just pulled through with like 5 seconds. Oh, with 2 seconds left. With
Nailed
2
my
seconds
miss.
left.
Oh,
unanimous.
You guys,
Oh,
wait,
my
wait till-
goodness.
Wait till you see how much Chuck had to pay me for that vote.
Ah,
Got checks?
I don't know about these games of chicken.
Dude,
Oh, it's
that
fun.
was
It's fun.
That was
crazy,
literally
you guys.
down to the last second.
Yeah, baby.
Literally to the last second.
yeah, they're very valid.
Wait a second. Now
Yes.
they're
Where have you been? Where have you been these past 15 seconds?
So you owe us all some. You owe us all 10 US for betting against them reaching consensus.
I bet on Chuck.
luck
You
with
can
that.
just pay. You can just pay me.
All right, you guys.
Yeah, Brandon, you
That was amazing. It's time for a new round of elect process. EOS support. That ball is in your court.
that was a
This
test.
will show
That
us
was a test.
the chief delegate sortition round. All voting has completed. There will be no more voting. The chief delegate, the head chief delegate, will be selected randomly with entropy provided by Bitcoin blocks. So now, congratulations. There's been 5 new chief delegates.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Amazing.
This thing works. I mean, look, we got some awesome people here already. So this is all the proof we need. This thing's bulletproof.
Amazing.
Got some diversity too. Go Gracie.
Now,
Oh, look at Brock
to be
pulling a
a
win.
not to be a little anticlimactic, but we do have a hard-coded 2-hour waiting period now. Okay, this is the time for us to go get those Bitcoin blocks and get into blocks.io, put them in there, charge up our randomness engines, and it's a way we can call elect process, and that sortition will take its due course to select the new head chief. Lovejoy, are we?
Yeah,
gonna
of course. We'll leave it
What's the
open,
plan?
and people can come and go as they please. And maybe Dan will drop by and say hello if he has some time. And yeah, we can. The other thought was to have the newly elected chief delegates, take the floor and give us a little, give us a taste of what they just went through and what they ran on and how they're gonna work together. We kind of did a mock election last time, but I don't know if that was like so necessary to choose among them.
We also have a chief
2
delegate
hours.
with his first election here. That's Brock. This is his first Eden election, and he's now chief delegate. So congrats, Brock.
So can we?
I have a question for the technical team. I uploaded the wrong video. I uploaded round 2 video for round 1. What should I do?
I think the UI will let you replace that.
I don't see that. Oh, maybe if I didn't refresh. Hold on.
I think the code actually asks for 5 self lashes, And once you've self-flashed 5 times, then it allows you to replace the video.
But that's assuming a cat. It's assuming a cat of 9 tails.
Correct.
True.
I was curious. I just had to sign out and sign back in because the link was going crazy. But could the people that were elected to the final round kind of take turns speaking?
That's what we were. That's what we were just trying
I'm
instigate.
Happy to chime in and first of all, again, Brock Pierce, thank you to everybody that voted. It was my intention this morning not to run. I'll just say I was persuaded, I guess, and I guess by showing up, one thing leads to another. And the big thing here is committing time to this process. The existence of Eden, played a significant role in my decision to convert all of my Block 1 shares into EOS tokens, giving up all of my upside in the Bitcoin and the bullish and EOS VC equities and otherwise in exchange for EOS tokens. My view is I want to win with the community or lose with the community. Every one of my advisors advised against it, but my conviction to stand with the EOS community is why I'm here. And so Eden played a role in that, and glad to have participated in the process. I chose to skip a couple of these just to allow the process to mature. My experience here is that there's still room for growth. I think one of the main benefits of my participation here is that I can bring awareness to Eden. Clearly, this can bring media attention to Eden. And if any of you have a view or an opinion on that, please do reach out. I'm committed to spending the time to support this process. Not that I have much of it. I'm also interested in hearing from everyone what you would like to see done with these funds. Obviously, the EOS tokens are not. I don't need the tokens. So what I really want to see done is the highest and best use. I want to see these funds supporting the community in the best way possible. And if anyone has a view as to what we should be doing, I'm certainly happy to listen to anyone that was a part of any of the other groups that I was not present for. Obviously at Helios, we are continually active in supporting the EOS community. And I'd also like to think about what should this look like 1 or 2 years from now. And if there's anything that I can do as a chief delegate to support a better governance framework for the future, I'd love to implement that now. One of the ideas that we discussed and one of the commitments that I made was to create a small group or a council to discuss the use of these tokens and a consensus building sort of conversation to make that decision. Torben is going to be making process, and if anybody else would like to be a part of the team, I also just wanted to thank Jesse for the wonderful work that he's committed to showing up for him is happening with that project and how I might be of service. I'm here to serve for your votes. Thank you for your support. I'm glad to be here for the.
Thanks, Brock. It's exciting. Chuck, you're the only.
Gracie Lou.
Where is she here?
She.
I've only got, and I've pinned Brock and Chuck. Did that highlight them for everyone else on the screen?
Yes.
Or put them. But Chuck, if you want to go for it.
Yeah. I'm recovering from my heart attack. I just really want I'd like to thank my parents and the academy. It was they've had so much uncertainty in them,
And I just really want to help provide some certainty and some clarity and some boldness to EOS, to Eden particularly. We're all completely convicted here that EOS is going places, and whatever. In a year, we're gonna be different. It's gonna be a different place. We're not gonna be different people, right? We will maybe be affected a little bit by the change, obviously, but
you ready?
I'm ready for it. Okay, that wasn't to me. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just sorry, a little bit emotional, and I wet myself. So anyway.
It's all good. It's all
much
good.
Information. Thank you so much for your support, everybody. And I, obviously I fully commit to using my voice and talents to further this organization. And I think we've got a lot, not a lot of potential, just freaking unlimited potential, right? So thank you.
Hey, Chuck and Brock, this is Michael. Congratulations. And what I would just like to encourage you both is to consider projects that will slowly grow the user base, but are long-term projects that will grow the EOS ecosystem. One idea I had that I was pushing in my groups was a GoFundMe that ran on EOS. We saw with the Canadian truckers that a lot of their assets were being froze due to centralized systems. And I think that this is a opportunity to build such a system on EOS that is decentralized, censorship resistant, and could grow the user base over time slowly. So please take that if you will, and good luck everyone. Unfortunately, I have to drop.
Thanks, Michael. I'm in a small town in Canada, in Nova Scotia, and this is very close to my heart because we can't even meet in the same building with each other right now. And sorry, we can right now, but that could change at the drop of a hat, depending on what our prime minister decides when he turns over his bed tomorrow. So I fully commit to helping small projects that are going to onboard people. Angela was just elected to first round delegate, and we're working on creating a town DAC in our small town here to network our existing food programs. And I can only say that it's going to happen. It's going to happen now, and it's just going to be amazing. And it's going to be a prototype for a town DAC in Canada.
Awesome. Joined now by Gracie and Michael O'Sullivan. So, Gracie, you wanna say a few words? Congratulations, first of all.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We hear you, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to be here. And then I hope I can make Chinese community and everyone work more great together. And then I hope I can bring something new in EDOM. And then I want to share. It's the EDOM CM. We already try a different way to a different things on the EDOM process, that we select the proposal first, then do the election, and then we will keep trying on that, and then we will see how it goes on, and then we will keep sharing the new information to all the EDOM members, and then we all hope that EDOM goes really well and will really help EOS to be great again. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gracie. Michael.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, just really, really thankful and humbled to be chosen as chief delegate. I didn't expect that to happen. I think we've by wise contributed quite a lot to the community, so I really appreciate this opportunity. But I just want to say thanks really to everyone. This is a really incredible community. I think it's really underrated. And I feel very honored to be part of this community and to belong to something that's actually bigger than myself. And I hope to serve well as a chief delegate. My ambitions, of course, are to further the Eden aims, the EOS aims, to try and tell the stories that are happening here and to try and reach as many people as possible and to try and grow this community. But I want my work to be transparent. So please reach out to me if you have any ideas or any thoughts on how we can improve what we're doing. And yeah, if you're someone who creates content, if you're a content creator or you want to be involved with BioWire in any way, shape or form, please do reach out to me because we have additional resources now. As I said in my meetings, I firmly believe that all content creators should be remunerated fairly. And it's just wonderful that this group feels the same way and has rewarded that and values the work that we do. So humbly, very, very grateful, very, very thankful. I really appreciate it. And I do hope that I can do my very best to serve this incredible community that has elevated not only myself, but also my team, my friends and my family. So with an open heart, thank you very much. And I hope to serve you to the best of my ability.
Yay, awesome. Thanks, Michael. Edgar, are you there?
I am. Hey, sorry, there's a blue light next to me, so hopefully you guys can see me okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the support. It's great to see another successful election. I ran today on integrating more tools for Eden and Eden members. I think one thing that Adania and our group brings to the Eden community is the ability to execute projects and ideas. I think there's some great ideas, not only on recruitment, on membership retention, on governance, on and some tooling as well, but we need a group of developers to be able to execute on that. So we are honored and humbled again to serve and to be able to build some of these tools, specifically the EOS.io dashboard, which will allow members to see the health of our network, but also to take some governance decisions on where rewards are being placed, where funds are being allocated, and what members are receiving those funds. This is all open source, and hopefully we project Eden as a governance framework that can be applied not only on different communities, but on different blockchain networks as well. So thanks for the support, and I think we can do a lot in the next 3 months.
Great, awesome. Now maybe it's up to you guys, but if you want to take a moment, the 5 of you, you have the floor. You could share your thoughts, or you could discuss with each other how you might plan to work together.
If I could just jump in real quick. Speaking of working together, I just want to remind the chief delegates that I am putting myself out there to be the Twitter and YouTube manager for the Eden chief delegates. I do have a grant on Pomelo, and so I'm ready to go when you guys are.
Cool, thanks, Jesse.
I'm curious if the newly elected chief delegates will be able to commit to a weekly meeting like the current chief delegates. Is that something you're interested and able to do?
I can commit to that. Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
I could commit. I committed to that during the election, and I think it's necessary, especially in the beginning, just to get to know each other better and to coordinate. But definitely, and I kind of echo those comments in the chat there. It's great that different locations, regional locations, are now being represented: Europe, Latin America, North America, and in Asia. So I think we did that without necessarily wanting to, but it shows the diversity and the global reach of Eden.
I missed the question. I'm here with my partner Craig Sellers. We started Tether together back in the day. We just happened to be sharing a house, and like we share many things.
Good day. How's everyone?
Well, I've got you here. What is the current state of Tether on EOS? To put you on the spot.
Okay, wow. I'm not aware of the current issuance, the size of the issuance right now, but I can tell you the Tether demand for tethers on blockchains is what drives the issuance. And so if there's liquidity need and trading pairs where EOS provides a means of better liquidity than the other chains, Algorand, Solana, Ethereum, Bitcoin that are being used, the incentive will be moving towards EOS. So there's ways to open up channels to have demand, at which point Tether will issue in response.
No, let's make sure we spend some time on that. What was the question that everyone was responding to?
Weekly meeting.
Yeah, weekly meetings.
Yeah, I thought that was already part of what we've committed to. Forgive me if I misunderstood something.
No, Brock, I had mentioned that in our call that was.
I'm committed to that. That was my understanding of what I was signing up for already. So I look forward to making the time and working with all of you. On that note, I'm going to take a break for the next hour or so until we come back from the randomization, unless there's any other questions for me right now.
Anyone questions for Brock before he goes?
Thanks, Brock.
Thank you. And thank you all for still being here, right?
Yeah.
For seeing what I see, right? And it's because of you, I'm here making this commitment. I can't do anything on my own. It takes all of us, and it's your steadfast commitment to what it is that we're doing here that, gives me the hope and the confidence to make this bet. And I look forward to working more closely with all of you. Thank you so much for your dedication and support to EOS and this great experiment that is Eden. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to serve you and serve with you.
Wonderful. All right, questions, talk amongst yourselves, guys.
I don't know how we cannot be bullish after this meeting, to be honest. Things are going amazing. Like the momentum and the sentiment around this community, being in it from the beginning, like we're onto something, and the strength and just the ironic part that the chestahedron has to deal with the heart. Like we're prevailing, and it's awesome.
Yep. It's sorry, there's so many possibilities, right? And it's just a blank slate right now. We're just picking up the chalk, and it's Eden especially. We have the chance to develop some real certainty and boldness to Eden. What I was running on, what my Palmetto project is with Dominic Thomas, is to develop Eden, to develop a DApp using this software that's been given to us, and it's something that is just exemplary of the possibilities. I mean, it's not just blockchain. This is what the internet has promised for the last 40 years. The culmination, and this is the opportunity now to foundation and change the world with it, quite literally. And we're going to have DAX popping up. I think that's the goal now. Being a welcome, when you mix that with well-crafted media, all the momentum is just adding up. And just like everything else in this world, it's measured in a lot of things are measured financially, right? And we're going to be achieving that success, but we've already achieved the success that's going to underpin the financial success. So it's coming, and we just have to be not patient. We can be impatient with the financial success, but it's going to come. It's coming right now. But yeah, we just have to celebrate what we have here, that it's going to build that success. And I just can't say how excited I am for the future of Eden and EOS.
can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, this is Han. My name is Han, and I'm from South Korea, running Node 1, a BP standby BP. And I think some of you guys might know that I'm running this campaign called My Vote EOS, which aims to bring Korean votes in the BP election game. And I think I'm so happy to see with the result how all of you guys, including Chuck, Gracie, and Brock, Michael, Edgar, I'm so proud and I'm so happy to how all of you guys elected in such a legitimate way. I'm so happy to see, you know, how beautifully ending up with this kind of result where everybody, you know, can agree with, right? So this is kind of thing is in the end, it's just a consensus making tool for the community, right? So when you get to make a consensus, legitimacy is everything. So I see good things are unfolding in right timing, in a right place, in a such a perfect harmony. So I think we are heading toward the right direction. And I see how God working, like in all things, God works for the good. I see that here. So, you know, My Vote EOS is launching and there's a good momentum building in Korea. So let's pray God bless EOS. God bless all of you. Brock, Gracie, Eve doing such a great job with ENF, working with OCI, you know, leading, spearheading all the great, you know, initiatives with all the EOS-IO Plus, you know, Yield Plus is such a value addition to the community. Eve is doing such a great job, and you know, we all have different types of pros and cons, good things and bad things. All of us are different, but we all make a harmony, and that's what makes EOS great. With all the token distribution, this is such a decentralized token distribution. You know, the past 4 years has been painful, but then we only have the bright future. I believed in that. So this is something that I wanted to share with all of you. And God bless. Brock, Chuck, Gracie, Michael, Edgar, I bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Han.
Thank you. And yeah, I wanted to say something. I agree with everything that we've been saying. Like, I'm super grateful that we're all focused on this goal and moving forward. And you know, one thing I'm hearing a lot is like people seem to think the process is going great. That's something that I kind of don't see, maybe because I sort of think of things geometrically. And I'm sort of seeing one of the big things that we can work on right now is just how we share our projects, and hearing what the Chinese Eden is doing, where they have their projects ahead of time or their proposals ahead of time. I think that's something to look at. But really, like, let's not get too comfortable in what we're doing and investigate these sort of pain points that we have, because any for growth. And the more that we can share how we think that things could get better, I think that that's going to be better for everyone, as well as help to promote future fractal governance systems, as well as forks of Eden, which maybe use the base contracts of Eden, but then have more sort of social structures set up. I'm stoked to see everything's going forward, and let's continue to not get too comfortable, but also like understand that we are still growing this process, and so many people are doing so much great work. And I'm grateful. I think everybody is grateful to be here right where we are, but we also need to keep in mind that now we have the greatest opportunity for our voice to create a small change, which then will magnify later on and could be something that your children, when they go to vote for their elector, maybe something that we came up with in this group makes that process easier for our children and future generations.
Thanks, Douglas. Great thoughts.
Have any of the new CDs looked or considered at the proposal from the previous CDs for their change bylaws?
Yes, I fully endorse all those changes. Yeah, and we're going to just and adaptations and improvements, and it's, yeah, this community is only going forward.
I don't see
Edgar on, he hasn't responded, but I know during our discussions in the round there to vote for him, he had committed that he was going to ratify as well. So he had confirmed, and I'm pretty sure Brock also was in favor of ratifying.
Since we have a relatively international kind of chief delegate group compared to the previous version, I'm curious to hear some thoughts, maybe from Gracie and I guess, yeah, it looks like Edgar dropped out, but yeah, I'm curious to hear what you all think of how Eden can play, this initial Eden can play a role in helping with the further spread of the Eden community, like globally. And also I know if Randall's still on the call, he may want to speak on that too. So Randall, after, feel free to jump in. But Gracie? If you wish to speak, you may.
I don't know. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. We seize the Eden. We are now working. I will call this Eden and the Chinese Eden CM. And we think the Chinese Eden we are working on. We seize it like just like how to say that. Just we want to try a lot of things that comes up from the communities. They give us some suggestion, and then if we can, we want to try it, and then we want to see all the different kind of things that work on the Eden system now. What will this kind of things bring? If the new things is good for Eden, or if it's not really working, we just see it like we are trying on something, and we work our work on Eden CM. It's more east way that we focus on the things that need to be done, and then it will be on the specific projects or proposals that the community thinks it should be done. It's kind of a little bit different from Eden doing right now. Actually, the Eden right now is working great, and then pushing on to make EOS better. But we kind of like just like stringed it a little bit, not focus on everything. It's just focus on the thing we really can make it done. And then we think it's when all these kind of things gather together, and then it will really bring something to EOS. Just like the first election, the trial election, we are already held and have been done. The chief delegate, it's represents a proposal that it's about offers a very simple and cheapest way to create EOS account, that the account will, when you create an account, only costs 0.06 EOS. And then since the election, since this project launched to now, it's just 3 months maybe, and then we already have 1,200 new accounts created in this website. And then just we want to do it like this way, but we are not say it's definitely better. We just want to try different kind of things and see what will happen. And then when we deploy the system and all the other systems, like the way like the test system, and then the DAO we will launch later, we will share all this to all the people and all the other country members that they want to try their own Edens. And I think if more people, more groups together to try all these systems, we will find a better way to really governance EOS and to really figure out the better way for EOS. I think because I personally, my team, it's worked on EOS since the mainland launch, and then we really trust yours. It's, yeah, it hurts us a lot, but I think everybody's still here. We still have some faith on EOS, and we think we can and we must create something like the QDAPs on EOS that make people back to us again. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Gracie. That was great to hear.
Brandon.
Randall, yeah.
Oh, I want to hear what Randall's going to say.
Yeah, I was going to see if Randall's in the house and he wants to chime in on.
The house. I'm here. So I think Gracie brings up a great point. She wasn't my round, right? Round two in my group, actually. And I think someone is making a lot of noise. Okay. Maybe that person can mute themselves.
I believe that's Macho Bird. Bird. Thank you.
So,
got him.
I've seen the work that Gracie is doing, and she's doing a great job. I'm so fortunate to also get the opportunity to work with Max Cho. Shout out to Max Cho. This guy is like a warrior, okay? And I've seen the work that they are doing in terms of like bringing the Korean community together. I have Sangyeon, who's also working with the Korean community, and they're working with Han, right? So I see how great Eden is going to be, right? Hopefully we can have Eden in different languages, and all these languages are going to have a bilingual person who will possibly maybe win an election in the English Eden. And there will be a representation across cultures. And we can have a situation where if you are in the English Eden and you want to start a business, because you know that there is a Chinese representation, you can just reach out to them and they will help you set up your business in that language, or that we call that nation, let's put it like that. And we can do that across different nations or different languages. And if we're able to accomplish that, I think that's going to be great. So I'm very, very happy that we have Gracie here. We have Edgar, we have Michael, we have Brock, and Chuck. So all nations are being represented right now. So I'm very, very thankful that the opportunity has allowed us to pick the right kind of people to lead us to make this multinational, and eventually for us to continue to build this experiment. So I think that's what I have to say for now. And I'm very, very happy. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Randall, for the work that you continue to do with EOS support. You guys have been crucial in so many ways, and especially into making sure that this election went off as smoothly as it did. And Dario and Max and everybody that Brandon Fancher and everyone that worked behind the scenes.
Dario, shout out to Rich, shout out to Brandon Fancher, great guy, amazing guy. Shout out to you. Shout out to Peter. Shout out to Eric. I think those guys have been great. They're all at the background and doing a great job, you know, communicating, making sure that everything goes as smooth as possible. So we're very thankful, guys.
Right on. Does anyone else want to speak on the topic of the internationalization of Eden, or have any other points that they want to bring up and ask the delegates, or any other one that was elected as delegate that wants to just speak up?
I just want to do a shout out also for this current board member. That's epic, that's historical, that's just from my heart, yeah, baby. That's just incredible. Because we need that. We need to be inclusive, collaborative between the nations. Eden or not Eden, we are EOS. It's an everyone open society. So we need to be inclusive at all, at most. And this is what is happening now. It's a mindset shifting. I am so happy to continue to deliver as always. I have so much ideas in the head now with what is happening today. That's give me more ideas to innovate, to continue the road. I think now it's the second official election. It's going not with us. We have the intent is here. Chuck, shout out to you. Gracie, Lou, shout out to you also. Brock Pierce, it's a good good commitment to go in that. Michael also with Bywire. We need social news. So we need a large coverage of what we are doing into this EOS thing that is coming something. It's not a dream. It's already something that we are living. That's something concrete, and we need to give more concrete things. But it's already tangible. It's not like 2 years ago where we were still building. Now all is coming together. The dots are connecting, and I don't know for you, but I am so proud of this day. That's okay. That's just amazing, amazing. Yeah, I thank you, Chuck. You are a good guy. No, you are all good guys. Thank you for all. Chuck, do you deserve because you are here so much time invested into all. I saw your Eden clips, very well made. Your 3D chestahedron building, and yeah, you deserve all the CDs. Edgar with EOS Costa now with new tools to make more accountability for the CDs. Where are going the funds? Something that we can check public on EOS the mainnet. That would be fantastic. And I want also to thank to ENF, EOS Network Foundation, to be this catalyst that we need with Pomelo crowdfunding platform, and this Eden on EOS going more aligned with Pomelo plus ENF plus the rest of the EOS ecosystem for the rest of the ecosystem. That's just amazing. And I love you guys. You are amazing. So I wish you all the best with this current board member. And
thanks, Patrick.
I will do a video of you all. I don't know when. I have a lot of to do also, but I will do a video, a special after Eden on EOS election, and do a video of this board member. If you can all join, that would be fantastic. And yeah, I stop here. That's so much emotional today. I am not elected, but I am kinda like if I was elected. And yeah, I reached the second round for one time. That was not expected, but yeah, happy for you.
Thank you, Patrick, for sharing. Cool. Is anyone else that was I'd love to hear some experiences of the election too, people that had some rounds, that how that went, and you know, if there was any contentious moments.
I'd like to jump.
How you, yeah.
So I'd jump in on that one, and I'm glad. Congrats, Chuck. I'm glad I wasn't trying to hold out on you. It was literally, you know, oh, I'm having technical difficulties. This is the first time I've used this laptop. And so I was bouncing back and forth, learning how to change a vote. And so I was trying to cause you a heart attack. But, and, you know, in that same vein of the heart, I'm really happy Chuck, that you're a chief delegate, and also I'm forgetting the name of your friend that became a delegate to
Angela.
Angela, and I think that project fit should also be recognized as a win for Eden. And I love the idea of in your little town of creating. It sounds like you have a project that really could be an application of a tokenized meeting the need of a practical need. And so what I ran on, and so also to answer Brandon's question, I in my word salad, I tried to communicate that I think that Eden should undertake a project of eating its own dog food, which means that Eden itself should be tokenized. I know that Dan said that he's really thought that that's also appropriate. And so that kind of gives me a technical foundation to say that it's possible. And then whether or not we can put it into place or not, I think it should be looked at. And I loved how Eve did the blue papers. And so something akin to a blue paper on the tokenization of Eden may be a really great project. And I say that because I've always seen Eden as a gear between the EOS network, the ENF, and whatever's in Dan's head, and I'm not sure what that is, but there's a lot of stuff in Dan's head, and when he lands on his feet, it's powerful. And I'd love to see Eden facilitate that process. And I like to say the world's becoming tokenized. Eden has a chance now to be on the leading edge of eating its own dog food, meaning, and it has to be well thought out. You can't just issue a token without having acquired the knowledge base, including regulators and legal rules of the game. And I think that we can check those boxes through Eden, where we can have a token that is issued lawfully because it involves the practical sweat equity to earn tokens and be able to distribute in a way that's lawful. And so it's, but I also understand it's not just a legal challenge, it's a technical challenge. And I think that the Eden and Fractally projects, where you actually trying to write up the contracts that issue the tokens, is also something that obviously a lot of engineering thought has to go into that. How does that work? And I think that we need to have an architectural diagram that maps out to Eden's purpose. I know there's a 10,000 maximum membership, and I know that there are some practical reasons that that's there, but we may want to have membership in two layers, 10,000 to 10 million or whatever. But my point is that I think that sooner rather than later, hopefully this 3-month segment, that the CDs will undertake putting together, applying for a grant or whatever to write up a tokenized Eden blue paper that we can implement, and then that way Eden can eat its own dog food. And I'd love to see, I think Chuck's, I'm forgetting your friend who's a delegate now, Chuck.
Angela.
Angela. So I think we should. I support Chuck and Angela's project, and I think it could be tokenized. And I love that. Thank you, Brandon, for the music. I'll shut up now. We have 2 hours. Come on.
I wasn't trying to segue you out. I received a request to bring back the background music, so you can.
Jay,
Yeah.
the living in the legal realm as you do, you understand the need to have one leg in that realm and one leg in the real world, and we need to be able to touch it, but we can't live there, in my opinion, as a global decentralized community, right? Because there's different laws all around the world, and we we have to do what makes sense as a group of humans, right? We have to do what makes sense as a group of responsible leaders, basically, of our respective communities. And I understand, like, the legal entities and everything, they're useful as tools, and that's something that we have to look into. As they're just tools for purposes, but Eden transcends all that, and that's the most exciting part about this whole thing.
I'd like to say something related back to like what we were talking about before. So first of all, like the question was about like international, like what the feelings were on that. And I'm like super stoked that there's a Eden China and that they're doing things differently than us. And I think that that's going to be a huge value to have completely different cultures to figure this out and sort of implement their own changes. Because when we're in a monoculture, it's hard to look outside and realize that what we think of as true, like for example, in the United States, we eat the pizza at the skinny end first. We eat like the little point, you eat the pizza and the little point of the pie. But in Europe, they eat the crust of the pie first and then go towards the point, right? So that's a silly example, but yeah, there's a lot of things that we're going to learn from doing this. And if there's people who are really ambitious and do want to get 10 million people in something like this, I wrote like a Web4 manifesto where I talk about these 5 geostratification levels, which are very easy to implement. You have global, you have nations, you have states, you have counties, and then you have cities. So maybe that could help if somebody is very ambitious. And the last thing I wanted to say about like our sort of group, something that I'm really ideologically against, which has happened to me multiple times in groups, which is where somebody will come into the group, and then if it's like between 2 people, this person will say, okay, well, will you give some of your funding to this other person, or will you support this other person? And on one hand, like the point of a fractal is to get everybody's ideas in the group to the next level, right? So one reason we're not able to do that is because we don't know everybody's proposals. We don't have a way to share proposals ahead of time. But the other thing is, like, if we start to change our proposal during the meeting, like that's corruption in my mind, right? If you have a proposal and you say, I need this much EOS to do this certain thing, and then you get in a group and you say, okay, to make you happy, I'm going to give you a certain amount of EOS so that you can do whatever you want to do to proceed. That shows me a fundamental problem with the system. So that's something I think maybe should be investigated, that maybe ahead of time with our proposals, we have to have some sort of declaration that, hey, this is what our funding is going towards. Because if we start to allow people to change their proposal when they're in their group, what it creates is a social dynamic, right? And I'm concerned that this sort of social dynamic will devolve into people getting into a group and saying, hey, here's what I'm doing. I'm also going to help you do this. I'm going to help you do this, and you can do this. So yeah, that's something that I think could be improved, is we have all the proposals ahead of time, and that there's no sort of changing while you're in the group saying, you know, okay, well, I'll vote for you if you're going to give certain amount of funding to this other project, unless that proposal has declared ahead of time that they want to give the funding to that person.
Oh, Chuck, go ahead. I saw your mouth open in your CD.
Sorry, all I was going to say was that since the inception of Eden as a way to distribute funds to projects, there's been so many more funding resources come online, and Pomelo, and now the ENF grants. There are so many ways for defined projects with defined pitches to get funding, that I think that Eden, as Josh Seymour just put in chat, Eden's role is to elect people who can represent Eden, and thus EOS, right? And I think the pitches themselves for projects are they've been a means to an end, sort of, but it might not be it might not be the goal of Eden to elect for pitches per se anymore. But anyway, I totally understand what you're saying, Douglas, and it's hard to get into a situation where you feel like you have to cut a deal to get elected. To cut a deal, to make a promise to, I made verbal commitments to support the people who voted for me, because I appreciate them as individuals, and I appreciated the pitches that they presented. Right. Anyway, James, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to provide a counter perspective to Douglas, which is pretty similar to Chuck. I was just going to say, like, I'm not particularly interested in hearing pitches in meetings. Personally, I'm more interested in finding who are the leaders in this community who have a passion and an interest and a good understanding of the economics and the game theory, and they have ideas and they have a vision and they want to push Eden forward to meet that vision. I'm looking for leadership above all else. But that's also kind of the beauty of this whole process, is that, Douglas, you can be super passionate about projects and finding pitches, and that can be something that you bring to this team, is you're good at vetting projects and you see what are good pitches. And then other people can be looking for electing leadership. And then through this messy consensus building process, we push people through.
Thank you for that perspective. Yeah, I think that's probably makes more sense, like, to vote for the people who are community leaders and active and have the time and sort of dedication to be there. So I guess what we need is sort of an understanding about that's what we're voting on, because I was under the understanding that we're going just strictly based on people's proposals. But yeah, we do have all these other funding mechanisms now. So I hope that makes it into some document that is official, so we all understand what we're voting for, why we're voting for, and how we should present ourselves in the future.
Yeah, I totally agree, Douglas.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Lenny. Yep.
All right. Now, if we go back a year, when actually originally, of course, Dan sought up the Eden community in Telegram and similar and discussed things, the whole original concept, the way it was presented from Dan, his vision of Eden, it was all built on finding the consensus builders. That was the objective. But during the process up to the first trial election, it also became very much, how can we make an impact? What can we do with the limited funds we have? Let's look for the quick projects. So the project side has grown and become the main thing, but consensus building, that's what we are working on, that's what we are honing in, but it has become very project heavy. I hope as time goes by, we will need a good governance setup and similar consensus builders and the same. So it's a process we're going through, Douglas, but the intent is the consensus builders. Thanks.
Hey, I also would like to add a little bit too. So from my perspective, one of the things that I was pushing for in my round was I do think it would be nice to, because essentially we're electing representatives, but you're also fund managers. And I think it's important to start to have a little bit more transparency, especially on the delegate level, not just the chief delegate level, of how funds are being distributed, so that we can measure performance on how well people and efficient people deploy those funds out into the community. So yeah, that's just kind of how I think too, is like we're voting for representatives, we're building reputation within these communities, but a part of that also is where we are fund managers if you are a delegate, and that is a metric that I think that needs to be measured to really help grow Eden as a whole.
I just wanted to quick chime in on that note that this is one of the areas that I feel like a lot of work could be done on the UI in order to, and I believe the Clarianos team was working on a lot of the stuff at one point to reveal treasury information in the UI, so we can see where funds are going, and notes can be added. We could create a whole section so each delegate has a profile and it shows their use of funds, so that it doesn't create all this extra work for people to just kind of create reports and then publish sporadically all over the place for maybe no one to read or just a handful of people to read. But if we could consolidate this information in the UI in some way, that would be optimal from my point of view. And I know, yeah, with the various people working on the system contract, the Eden contract, that should be possible.
Yeah, and kind of also like my proposal was kind of taking what I do in the corporate world and applying that as well to here. So I do think extra tools definitely would help, but I think also, in any company organization, you do have monthly reports and you have internal meetings to discuss and go over, those things. And so, I don't know, bi-weekly, maybe monthly meetings within at the chief delegate level, whoever the delegates who voted that chief delegate meets with that chief delegate to discuss, I don't know, a financial summary and a picture. And that could be, a great, probably, I guess, the best way to kind of be transparent about that right now while we're waiting for extra tools. That can definitely help with removing all the extra, I guess, tedious tasks that you would have to do that you can't automate.
Yeah. And there's one thing to consider also, like when, a very wealthy person does something and they're criticized for their choices of how they're using their money, right? And it's like, well, why didn't you just give everybody $100? And that's the, it's like, well, they chose not to do that for a reason, right? Because they chose to make an impact in a different way, right? And if you're, if delegates and chief delegates are going to be distributing funds in amounts of like, $100 here, $100 there, it might not be as impactful as that person working on behalf, like advocating for that project, right? If for example, if we got all of our delegates together and listed all of our goals and then decided amongst ourselves how we could help each other's projects, rather than just sending cash to a project. You know what I mean? Like if it was like, I can write something for you, or I can get on Twitter and flog you for the next 3 months, I could make a habit of really, really getting behind your project. And that might be better than me sending you 10 EOS or 100 EOS or something, right? But if we think about that as a group, and we look at all of our talents and we say, this, all these projects need help. How can we help it as a group, right? As a team, because we've got developers, we've got communicators, we've got videographers, we've got musicians, we've got all these talents in the community. And if they're just going to still be siloed into their own projects, they're doing something and there's progress being made, but maybe it would be better if as elected people, we focused our talents on certain goals, right? And it takes talking about finding what those priorities are, finding out what's worthwhile for us to put our efforts into. But then it also like the tax implications and all the financial nonsense that goes along with just accepting these funds and then dispersing them. That's something that we need to consider. If I can accept funds and then disperse them essentially as my talent, if I'm just going to throw my talent at you, then that might be more effective than me throwing EOS at you. Just something to consider, that if we banked all of our needs together and banked all of our talents together and then sort of knocked off our priorities, then the community is working together, I think, more efficiently.
these two tracks are by your request, Chuck. I got you covered.
Lisa Dodge.
Yeah, anything anyone else is keen to talk about while we have a handful of folks on the line listening, active Eden members, people whose ears you might want?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think we have to communicate the things crystal clear, as we never have made that before. I think we should be crystal clear from the beginning when we are doing meetings, stating clearly what is the context, what is the mission, where are we going from the beginning. That doesn't mean that we not change later on. That could change during the way, but you have a mission, and in case you go to the left or to the right, you will join again the line to reach the point. That's very important. Otherwise, the people could be lost. Whatever the mandate time is, 3 months, 6 months, whatever the time is, if you do, and I know you will do, you do, and you say, we have a plan, we know where we go, we have a roadmap, we can see that publicly, and the tools that, for example, EOS Costa Rica will build this dashboard where we will be able to see where the funds are going. If it is not yet embedded into the UI of edeneos.org, doesn't matter. We don't have to wait for that. We can already build that. We don't have to wait that someone else creates something before that we create ourselves. We are a community. We can create that and sustain this board member, these 5 people, to help them and to participate. It's not you have the chief delegates on one side and you have the rest of the EOS community on another side, and you are just here as observers and waiting and see and say in 3 months, they succeed, or maybe they don't were able to succeed. We are here and we have to sustain them. That's an iterative process. So that's very important. Otherwise, sorry to say, otherwise that's a waste of time. If we believe in what we do, we just have to do. And the people that don't want to give paying attention to what we are doing, like said Chuck, they can criticize why they don't give 100 EOS if they have to criticize. So if you have something to say, you have to come and let's make your voice heard, and not wait the hand of the 3 months to say at the end, oh no, I was not agreeing. So we are able to say the things from the beginning if there is a roadmap, if this is clearly communicated, and I'm sure that will be the case with this board member.
Cool, the floor is open. I've asked if people want to speak, just raise your hand. That way we can make sure people that haven't had a chance to speak can get the floor if they want. Otherwise, Dario has asked, we have, I guess, 2 CDs left on the call, and he was asking if y'all could go over your pitch. Could each chief delegate present their pitch? So I guess maybe a summary, at least, of kind of what your pitch was would be. And then Joshua is asking for the missions/visions of the chief delegates. I'll let you guys sort out who goes first. Chuck.
That was neat how I can make the hand just appear there. Yeah.
Yeah, wow, it's like you just thought it and it happened.
So I published a Medium article this week. It was laying out sort of my platform for this election. And if I was to summarize it, it would be Eden Pride. We need to push the brand. There's been discussion about what the brand should be, whether it should even be called Eden. That's something that we can discuss. But whatever it is, we need to push this as something to be proud of as a group, right? And one of the things that would facilitate that, in my mind, is the project that Dominic Thomas and I are working on to create a standalone DAP that would highlight this process and just the magic of this election process. If it could just be stripped right down into a DAP that everybody could use, that would be amazing, because it would just bring more people to EOS. It would bring more people to Eden. The next thing that I want to do is create an NFT house for Eden. So Eden could, with the backing of its treasury, it could have some really nice polished NFTs. So I believe that anybody who shows up to an election event should be rewarded with an NFT. And the NFTs could be backed by EOS out of our treasury. So if we had intrinsically valuable NFTs that were given out to everybody who participated, and then every delegate, chief delegate, head chief is awarded their own special one, they could have meaning in and of themselves, but they could be backed by Eden just as a token of appreciation from the community to its members, right? Because there's been a lot of loss of engagement over the past 6 months, especially with the uncertainty of the invitation to come to Fractally and everything. And it was like, but when is that going to happen? It's really out of our hands, right? What's in our hands is what we have right now. We have to just maximize what we have right now and think about how this can retain the most people, right? So if we had just a little bit of incentive, maybe just everybody gets a chestahedron that's backed by one EOS for signing up, right? And then Eden itself could be issuing those NFTs, and they could become collectibles for the whole community. And then each project inside Eden, each project from an Eden member could again have their own NFT that member designs, or they can get the Eden NFT house, whatever it's called, to design those for them. And that could be a service available to Eden projects, Eden backed projects, and then just create a network so anybody who works on a project gets that project NFT. And then finally, another platform goal, what I think would be a good addition to our bylaws, is to have a pool of funds at each level that would be administered by that level. So a decentralized pool. Again, for whatever reason, like I was saying, it would be for Eden operations or Eden promotion or something, but it could be for anything that those delegates agreed to put it towards. So say if, I don't know how many delegates we have right now, but if we had 25 first round delegates, there should be a 26th pool administered by 2/3 plus 1 consensus of all those delegates, and they can spend that on what they decide. And then it takes potentially it takes some of those legal and tax implications out, because all they're doing is authorizing the money to move from the Eden treasury to some goal. So if there was a pool of funding at the first round delegates level, and then a pool of funding at the chief delegates level, and God willing, next time there will be a chief delegates pool, the hierarchy could be a little bit more effective if there was a pool administered by those elected people that didn't actually touch their personal accounts. So those are my 3 big points. And if anybody else has what their platform was, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Gracie, I'm sure it's getting really late for you. I don't know if you're going to be around for when the sortition winner is chosen, but maybe. I see you got your video off. So, but yeah, any other delegates? And I don't see any hands up yet, but I'm trying to keep an eye out. So.
I'm curious, Chuck, what are your thoughts on the bylaw proposal to level the head chief's wage difference? Is that something that you would intend to sort of make a reality during this term, or is it something that you would like? First, someone's going to win; they're going to end up with more money. So if it's you, you could still like voluntarily sort of just spread it across the rest of the chiefs, for example, and sort of make that bylaw essentially real. Or any thoughts on that?
Yeah, like I'm in favor of the change. I'm sorry, I have to. Did you guys recommend 1.5 times, or was it level across the board?
We made it flat, but it won't be
yeah.
codified yet, right? So that's the trick.
Well, the chief delegate, whoever, or the head chief, right now, like yeah, it's putting it like. It's hard to say you would just transfer it to the other chief delegates. Like I might be more interested in transferring it to Eden members who have got passed over in this election, right? So if somebody was to come to the chief delegates, or to, do you think you could give me the, a portion of that difference? Maybe that portion of, maybe that differential right now could go towards unrecognized Eden members themselves, rather than just to the chief delegates, because the chief delegates are going to get their own budget, right? And the head chief is more like, I don't know, the way that Aaron acted in the last 6 months was more like of, directing. He was like a, I don't know, not sober second thought, but he was like, he was a very moderating influence. And the head chief could be somebody who tries to look out for all of Eden members, right? Not just the board of 5 here. But yeah, Josh is asking when we can basically see the implementation of the bylaws. We should be voting on that basically right away. That should be our first agenda item, is to ratify those, right?
Yeah, and I think it was a bit of an open question as to when they would take effect, but we can figure that out. I see Douglas has his hand up. Take it away.
Oh, Marty, unmuted. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask what the general feeling was about plural voting. So what plural voting basically is you could have more than one vote. So for example, in the 5th group in the 2nd round, there was, at a certain point, everybody was voting for themselves. And the reason for that, or part of the reason, is because they only have one vote. One sort of key in the systems I design is that you give people multiple votes. One number I like is 12 because it's very easily divisible. So my question is, what are your thoughts? And do you think that this is doing something like that could be a sort of resolution mechanism whenever there might not be consensus, where as sort of a backup, where you could put your main vote, but then you can assign an additional 12 votes that you could say, okay, well, I think I deserve 6. I think this other person deserves 3. And then these other 2 deserve 2 and 1. And then you add up all those, and then you get a sort of higher fidelity. I think it's something that should be thought about. Anyone wants to chime in?
Well, I want to ask a clarifying question. Are you referring to votes, like in this scenario, what are people voting on? The process itself, the selection process?
It would be the selection process. So right in the group process. So right now we have 1 vote. Another model would be to give every person 12 votes. And then you say, okay, I'm going to give 11 votes to Chuck and 1 vote to somebody because I do think they deserve something.
So it's functionally like ranked choice, but still only one person advances.
It's not exactly ranked because you don't really rank. It's you could have 2 people that are the same. You could give 4 people 3 votes. So it is like random choice. It's I call it high fidelity voting. And it's already a concept used in countless countries and things around the world. It's just maybe foreign to U.S. citizens a little bit. I think there's 2 jurisdictions that actually do that in the United States, 2 counties. Yeah, like what I see the biggest issue is these sort of times when we're sort of failing to meet consensus, and then we
Did Douglas freeze for anyone else?
Yeah, he froze for me.
Yeah.
All right, while we're waiting for him to unfreeze, James has his hand up. I think we have a comment on that, possibly.
Yeah, it was. So I wish. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, if you want to hold that thought for a second, maybe he'll reconnect too. But, oh,
Douglas, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. But I was pretty much done talking. I was just kind of rambling on about the same thing.
Well, I think James is going to respond to one of your points, so take it away, James.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I have no overall thoughts on it because I would have to think about it a lot and think about how that changes the game theory. One thing that just popped into my head was that I think not reaching consensus and therefore not advancing anyone is a feature. It's a mechanism to actively deselect people who are unable to reach consensus. So that's just something I would add to that thought process. But I like the thinking about ways to do this, and I think we never have the perfect process of good thought studies.
Andrew, what do you got?
Just sort of bouncing off what James just said. I think it does also sort of change the. He was talking about the game theory aspect of it. Think about the prisoner's dilemma. The whole idea is, people have to come to consensus in order to move on to the next round. And if you do not come to consensus, you do not move to the next round. That helps select for people who not only are able to, talk a big game or whatever sort of way you want to look at it, but also for people who are able to collaborate with people and reach consensus, which I think is one of the main benefits of this process. I would be, it kind of introduces complexity that I think might throw a wrench in that prisoner's dilemma problem. I would be interested to see. I'm not completely against it, but it certainly changes the calculus as far as the game theory is concerned.
Looks like Eve wants to chime in. Take it away, Eve.
Yeah, I'm not going to chime in about that particular topic. I just been listening for if that's permitted.
Yeah, go for it. Floor is open.
I've been listening. I've been here since the beginning earlier today, and today's a day for talking, right? Today's a day where everybody does their pitches, and we've now spent a little over 3.5 hours talking about what we're going to do. And what I'll be looking for and what the ENF will be looking for within the next couple of weeks, one is I really want the chief delegates to continue the weekly calls. I have listened to every single one, every single time. I've not missed one. There was even a time where I think there was 4 in a row that were posted, and I was slightly late, and I listened to 16 hours straight of chief delegate meetings. I'm looking forward to continuing doing that, because for me, part of this process is finding leaders. The projects are nice, they're cool, but we have other mechanisms for projects to be funded. So for me, what I'm looking for is the actual people, what they're going to be, what they can and what they'll be doing for the system. And going back to this idea of today, we've been talking for 3.5 hours. What I really want to stress is that after this day's done, what I'll be looking for is for people who are going to be doing things. after this day's over, it's short, talking is nice. But if there's one recommendation that I can make that I would like to see different than season one, and season one was amazing, it was great, it's more doing, less talking in circles, less talking about philosophical ideas, not coming to anything, waiting for unanimous consent for everything, ultimately leading to months on end of very little happening. And we don't have that luxury. And so the leaders that have been elected today, the 5 leaders, what I'm hoping is that they continue the process that we've seen today, which is in a very short period of time, coming together, talking about a particular subject, but coming to a decision within, today was an hour time. I'm hoping that we see that replicate more frequently. So whatever topic there is, one of the first ones will be the bylaws. I'm hoping that that moves along, that I'm not talking about this in another month's time or in 2 months' time, or that in the next election, we're still waiting on that. That for me would be a failure. And it's less so about what the delegates will do. That is less of a concern for me and the ENF. It is more so about whether or not you are doing things. So making mistakes is fine. Rapid iterations, frequent, small, rapid iterations is what I'll be looking for. And that will definitely determine how much funding gets added into the treasury. If nothing happens, I don't see any need to add funds to the treasury. If I see that a lot of things are happening and that some of them I do agree on and some I don't agree on, it's irrelevant. It's the fact that things are moving. And if things are moving, maybe there's a need for more funding to be able to do more things. And it's the sum of all parts that is really ultimately what we're looking for. And if we've chosen good delegates today, which I think the process has, then the ultimate outcome of all those decisions being made and those funds being spent will be positive. So regardless of whether or not you look in the short term of this particular decision, maybe you didn't agree on, if the ultimate sum of all decisions you agree on and the system agrees on, that would be something for me that would give me confidence in sending more funds to the treasury. So less talking, more doing. And in 25 minutes or so is when the work really, really starts. And I'm hoping that after this election, either this is the last election that has a 3-month mandate, and then we move to a 1 month term, and or perhaps there's another one of these. But the downtime that is created between elections at this stage in Eden's life cycle, I think is more negative than positive. We need to reiterate way more frequently, make way more mistakes, controlled mistakes. We mitigate those mistakes, but we make more. I'm also hoping that we're going to be separating the funds that are found within the Eden's treasury for what Eden aims to achieve, and funds for running Eden, funds for running the election themselves, funding for doing the support, funding for actually doing the technical back end that's required, the smart contract updates, the front end UI, the experience itself, that those be separate. And so I've mentioned that before as well, that I'm waiting for pitches for people to say, I'll take care of this. I will run the elections. I will have a team dedicated for this, and this is what I'm going to do. And here's the budget that I need in order to be able to run elections every single month. Here's how we're going to structure it. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how much we need in order to do that. And I believe that at this stage, if we go about, because we're still very early in the process, if we go about similarly to what the chief delegates did in season 1 of going out to tender, ultimately to only for the website, ultimately to go back to the same original person, but 3 months down the line, that again will be a failure. And so we need to also recognize as a community that we don't have 10,000 people in here. And so if there's one team that is willing to do that, that has a track record of being able to do that, and that ultimately if you wait another 3 months, you might get another team, but really you're just going to be choosing A or B and it's going to ultimately be the same, move more frequently, more rapidly, more mistakes, just take more action. We don't have the luxury to wait for another 3 months or 6 months before other things start happening.
Cool, thanks, Eve. Take that to heart. Tian, is it Tian or Thian?
It's Tian.
Tian, you wanted to say something?
I just want to say a few words to congratulate each one of the members that are elected into second round of Eden. To Brock, to Michael, Chuck, Edgar, and Grace. I think they are a great leaders to the community because they are working so far in so many projects that we improving the ecosystem. And I will also congratulate all the members that bring a lot of valuable, and I'm sure they will do a great job as they have done so far. And it's amazing to see everything and that people is working and building and the community. And I think there are exciting things that are coming and to see. And I think we all stay with the same focus that is make the EOS ecosystem and the EOS community a better place. And the best way to do this is make EOS more regenerative. And I just want to congratulate everyone. And that's all.
Well, thanks, Dan. Good to hear from you. James, what's up?
Wanted to piggyback on what you've said. First of all, I agree with everything you said. Second of all, I have a position on something that I want to express, which is it's great that Eve listens to 16 hours straight of Chief Delegate call video. But I have a recommendation for the future Chief Delegates, which is that you should consider the length of your recording, the time length, as an issue that is related to transparency. As the length of your recording increases, the transparency of the process decreases because the number of people that are able to listen to that recording drops. So one way to do it could be that you have a 20-minute like stand up or scrum meeting or something where everybody goes through what they're doing. And that is something you can release if somebody just wants to have a quick update on what's going on with the Chief Delegate, what they're doing, that they listen to that meeting. And then you can carry on with another 2 hours if you want and have it be a separate upload for all the hardcore people who want to listen to the full conversation. It's just one idea, yeah, take it for what it's worth.
I have to go, guys. I have to go. So I want to thank you all, and I have to move to other things. So have a good weekend, nice evening, nice day for all wherever you are. So shout out for this day. Bye.
Yeah. Take care, Patrick.
Bye, Patrick. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Eve got the hand up. I see you.
Yeah, just want to echo what James said. I also agree that with the length of recording increasing, the transparency decreases. And although that might seem counterintuitive, having listened to all of the videos, I also look at the stats, and obviously I don't get the stats like the person posting them see it, but I would imagine that the retention period drops quite significantly after the 9 to 12 minute mark. And if there's one thing that I would recommend to the new CDs would be to come better prepared within the meetings and have specifically addressable points so that you can say, you hit one thing after the next, break it down, maybe do the timestamps as well so that people can actually just go fast forward to whatever they want. Having said that though, I do recognize that there's a lot of discussion that needs to occur. And I did appreciate very much the fact that these recordings were about 2 to 3 hours long, because it really dwelled into the the subject and really gave brought light to the process that happens when people are discussing about a particular topic. Having said that, I believe that the chief delegates in season 1 addressed a lot of the more philosophical issues that were, because they were the first guinea pigs. So now you're, the second chief delegates are going to be the next guinea pigs, but there should be less issues to address that are a little bit more philosophical or fundamental in terms of the Eden itself. And so it should be easier to actually proceed faster than it was, let's say, in season 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. Yeah, for sure. I feel like we took the brunt of the uncertainty and hopefully have extinguished much of it. And the future chief delegates are able to just kind of take it and run with it and decide that there's no need to wait around on any third party that is maybe going to take action, maybe not. Yeah, don't do that anymore. And yeah, it's ours now, so run with it. And I thought Chuck provided a really good service with the condensed meeting clips, and I think that addresses the transparency length issue a little bit, like where you can have rambling long meetings, because sometimes you do need to get into the weeds a little bit and talk things through, as I know you acknowledged even. But a good editor going through and kind of pulling out those highlight points and then having the original there for reference can also help do it. And in addition to that, having more structured opening time, possibly with people laying out very clearly what they've been working on, what's on the agenda. And yeah, so the combination of the three, I think, could work really well to help move things along.
I think if people replicate what they did today, which is they have a certain amount of time to reach consensus, and it really, that sense of urgency changes everything. And I've said this before, I think that it's somewhat of a cop-out when people just don't do anything. And part of what I mean by cop-out is because nobody wants to put themselves forward like they did today and say, this is what I believe in, this is my mission, this is my vision, this is what I think we should be doing. And they're afraid of that. And that's what I mean by the cop-out, because they're afraid of what people will say if it doesn't work out. They're afraid of making that mistake. But if we replicate what just happened today, which you only have an hour, if you don't reach consensus within that hour, it's done. If you replicate that process, people will kind of lose the fear of, or that concept of the cop-out, of not just trying to move forward with something. So try to replicate what you did today, but on a continuous basis. That sense of urgency, that sense of we need to achieve something. Let's reach consensus. Let's do what we can to make it happen within a reasonable amount of time, instead of letting things drag on and then kind of that being a cop-out, like I say. That for me will be a success. Again, regardless of what the outcome is, it's not about the outcome as much as the process. And if the process was adhered to over the long run, it will bring more value if we've selected people with good visions or people with head on their shoulders and good delegates. And I believe that the process has done that.
Jay.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question about, it's for Eve and James and everyone actually. It's my understanding that, Eden said, okay, our mission is to promote the EOS network, essentially. And I also understood that if we're playing a game of capture the flag, we want to go and capture the flag. And I think that part of the Eden process with this fractal governance involves, by necessity, itself becoming tokenized. And so I think that when Dan and the Clarion group was building out the application, they saw that microchains, I'm using the word microchains because I think that it's actually a term that they came up with, that they discovered they could do in a way that matches up with fractal governance. And so it seems to me that one of the flags that we can capture in Eden is to be a guinea pig, to design a system that could, through a microchain, issue tokens to Eden, Eden 1, Eden on EOS, and through that experimentation, we're actually accomplishing the goal of capturing the flag, which is to actually implement a tokenized system. That's my vision. But I was just triggered by Eve and James because they said, "Hey guys, let's iterate this thing. Let's get going." And I want clarification from both of you is that, you know, the ENF is sponsoring Eden. What does the ENF have in its mind? What is its vision of what can Eden accomplish to capture the flag?
Let's start with James because he's got to go walk his dog.
Thanks, guys.
Well, I'm not ENF, so if the correct question was specifically for the ENF, then that'll be Eve's answer. But I'm on the Fractally team, so maybe it doesn't surprise you that I am in favor personally of Eden moving to become a Fractal once that app is live, not available right now. And I also think that not because I work at Fractally, but I actually am pretty passionate about economics and game theory, and I am convinced that the process by which Fractally acknowledges respect for contributors and participants is good. So I agree with you. I think tokenization is important. I mean, by that I specifically mean tokenization of a DAO. So for a DAO to have its own token makes it autonomous and independent, which is very good and important. In terms of whether Eden moves in that direction, yeah, it's up to the Eden community, and I think I would just echo what Eve said, which is the worst thing that can happen is that we spend another 3 months with these new chief delegates where things are not happening, and we philosophize for too long and can't actually reach consensus on taking action. I'm very interested in electing leaders in this process who have a position and a vision and are ready to drive it forward and reach consensus, good consensus. That's my opinion. Go ahead, Eve.
Cool, thanks, James. Eve, you want to respond to Jay's question?
Yeah, so the ENF is the one that funds Eden, right? And so I've said this on multiple occasions, even with the mock elections and leading up to the first election and then after the first election. The reason the ENF doesn't tell Eden what it thinks that Eden should be doing is because I firmly believe that once I say that, that's what Eden is going to do, because ENF is the one funding it. And so I do not want to say what the ENF thinks Eden should do. We've just elected 5 people to do and to create a vision and to go towards that vision. And I want to respect the process of that. And so I will not let you know what I think you should do, because I know that that will definitely influence what Eden ends up doing, and that defeats the purpose. Eden needs to figure this out on its own. The leaders need to figure this out on their own. That's why they were elected. Going back to, I don't care as much what they do. I want them to do something. It's the process that we're developing here. It's the underlying fundamental of what Eden is that I'm trying to empower, not the end result. The end result will be defined by the strength of the process. Sorry if that's sorry if that's a shitty answer, but I'm going to say it again, and I'll say it again the next time it gets asked.
Thank you, Heisenberg.
Jay, I don't know if you wanted to say anything else, but we got Han and Pascal that both want to chime in too.
No, I appreciate that. I think that's great. No, thanks for the opportunity.
Cool. I don't know which of you raised your hand first, but Han, take it away.
Yeah, so actually this is something totally different, but I just had an idea. Like I think I saw some potential watching this election outside of the actual room. The conversation is happening, you know, looking at the stats and dashboard, how someone's voting for someone else, and how that dynamics ending up in such a crazy way. It's such a dramatic end up of how those people elected in the whole thing. So I felt I was so much emotionally engaged with the process. It's actually quite fun, isn't it? It's quite fun watching it. So I think it is has a potential that although we were just 100 something people, is a whirlpool, just a whirlwind in a small teapot, right? But then if it scales, it has a potential to drive lots of people's attention. So it can attract lots of attention. So actually someone getting elected, or some, like a FIFA soccer match, there's a tournament and then there's a winner. If there is a level of emotional engagement that's generating among all these people watching it, right? So we will want to utilize it with the proper marketing. Like maybe we can set up a better like live stream setup so that people can watch into what actual conversation is happening in the room. So I think it is a potential to like a blockbuster later, if you can utilize it fully.
Han, that's really my vision, for productizing this into a standalone DApp that anybody can just see what the magic of this process is, and be able to experience it in an afternoon or an evening or something, and have an event go off with maybe hundreds of or thousands of people in it, even really, really quickly, and they can experience the playoff action of it.
Cool. I'd like to invite Pascal to jump in.
Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. I just want to thank everybody who are here today, who participated in this election. I see many of us here are already are also participating in Fractal. So we make things, in my personal view, to consider that we have to signals where we want to go to the delegate, to the elected delegate. My request to them, to the elected delegate, will be to get the signals from us, from the 400 members that we have in the community. It's a 400 member Eden. Get the signals and then come up with a plan to say, okay, are we moving to Fractally or not? The faster we get the signals, the better will be for the community. I see since the first election we made, since EOS was launched, we have this extraordinary tools called the token. EOS has token voter. We can vote, we can signal what we want to do to BPs, to those who elected, who elected to say, this is where we want to move. Because if we don't do these things, we just work in a closed loop. Request to the delegate will be to make sure for the next 3 months, they get the signals from us, the 400 members, where we want to go. And from there, we decide, as James says, are we moving to Fractal or not? Because we are participating in both of these events, and it's, in a personal way, it's not giving us the light. So that's what I want to say to the group.
Thanks, Pascal. That's a good point. Yeah, I've often felt like the communication between the chief and the delegates and the community could have been a little better at transmitting that information back and forth, instead of just viewing the election as like a one-off like transmission of that information, especially with the long term. It gets a little better when the terms are shorter. Randall, welcome back.
Thanks. So regarding tokens, I'm not the ENF, so I can say whatever that I feel like. Okay. I think it's not appropriate for the EOS community and the block producers to be funding EOS to provide value to token holders to start to come up with their own tokens and try to branch off. Eden is pretty much paid for by token holders so that Eden community can provide value for the EOS network. And some of those values are going to be the ability that we as KYC members can hold on to positions that needs a person to be KYC'd. That's number one. Number two, to elect leaders who can provide some sort of leadership for the EOS communities. 3, to be able to be on communities, to be able to be on organizations that can hold assets and provide a multi-sig if need be. 4, to be able to help with consensus building, to continue to provide this consensus building that we are working on as humans, a human leader, right? 5, to be part of dispute resolution, help with arbitration, right? And I think Brandon Fancher was talking about it earlier, that if we see that there's a problem during even during this process, we as delegates, and especially the chief delegates, can gather and come up with consensus building, right? So we shouldn't lose focus of these things that we are providing for the EOS network, which are basically services that we are providing for the network. So the network is pretty much paying Eden for providing these services. So we have to hone in our skills to do these things for the network, so that the network will see that it's beneficial to fund for this process that we have. Number 2 is Fractally. Fractally, to me personally, I feel like Fractally it has a whole different niche. It has a way that people who provide services with their own money can get paid for on the weekly basis. And I think that one is going to, do its own thing, and it's going to have a lot of people use that application as well, right? So I think Eden, which we are building on EOS, is to have a different type of system. And Fractally can have a different system in that you can create tokens. It can be a DAO. You can move forward and fork it and stuff like that, which is okay. But Eden itself has to try to provide value for EOS token holders. And I think another thing that I want to see is to make sure that we work very hard to create more Edens, and also to collaborate with the other Edens so that we can make this a successful experiment to expand, right? I think Han brings up a great point. We have different cultures right now, and with the new chief delegates, it's on them to make sure that we are able to work together, expand this, and deliberating on the philosophical aspect of this, or else we will end up dragging on for months, like Eve was saying. That's one of the experiences I got from this whole thing, that at some point, we just gotta go. Whether it's perfect or not, just going will teach us the way. But if we sit back and we deliberate for 4 months, 5 months, there will be no progress.
Thank you. Randall, may I have a chance just to give you my counter perspective?
Yes.
So I first want to say, Randall, I appreciate you very, very much, and also all of your opinions and the work that you're doing. I think you're a pioneer leader and doing excellent work. Since I'm the guy who threw out this question mark, is tokenizing Eden one of the ways to capture the flag? I want to address my view on it. And the reason that I framed it as creating because we're Eden on EOS. And so the reason I phrased it as a micro chain is that the way that I understand it is that we now have the engineering design through which we can tokenize the world on EOS. And so I understand there's 2 ways to look at it. One of them is that, well, Eden is formed to create good governance. And so why don't we just have an entity such as the ENF provide funding, and we can be distributing EOS tokens for administration, communications, and projects. But there's a 4th piece to this puzzle, and I think it's to demonstrate, to lead the way in the world of how do we tokenize I use the word fractal, any autonomous governance that provides good governance. And the reason that I say that is that in my worldview, I think the most valuable expansion of creating a networks through the EOS mainnet chain is to use it for the purpose of tokenizing the world. I think that's the way I see it, as an open source system to tokenize the world. And that a utility, well, I don't want to use the word utility token, but a governance token in a smart, lawful, well-engineered way is something that, as I understand the whole purpose of Eden, that Eden on EOS can benefit the EOS mainnet that's going to be rebranded in a way that fulfills the design of the mainnet chain. And so that if you think about it, so it's a micro chain of EOS to be tested. Eden can be the guinea pig through which we test how to tokenize groups, including governance groups, in a way that shows the world, here's how tokenization works. Not because I want Eden to compete with anybody other than just to benefit the EOS network, but to show that this is how a system of a community that works together is able to draw tokens, which is a form of share. It's not necessarily barter, it's not necessarily compensation. It just feeds the community of people to pay for their goods and services in a way that is a virtuous cycle. And that's what tokenization is all about. And so, Randall, I appreciate, I think I understand and appreciate your perspective on why don't we just accomplish Eden for what it's funded to do. And I just have a difference of opinion. I think it's funded to show this is how we can tokenize a community and be on the leading edge of showing how we can use the EOSIO chain to do just that.
Well, I'd propose we take that conversation to a later point in time, because we're at the point now where the election results for the head chief delegate are about to be finalized. And we will soon know. Yeah, we will soon know who the head chief delegate is. I'm about to do that. 1 second. Share screen. 1 moment, please. All right, you should see my screen, I believe. I'll reload just for good measure. Uh-oh, spinning wheel of uncertainty. There it is.
You might have a better time if you go to the results page. So if you expand that little blue drop down.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Boom.
Live results.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey.
and refresh again. Oh, look, it's been done. It was called.
Edgar Fernandez.
Congrats,
dun, dun,
Edgar.
dun,
Congrats.
dun.
There we go.
Perfect.
Congratulations.
Is Edgar still with us? Can we call him back?
I'm gonna reach out to Edgar because he's not on the call, but I'll make sure he joins as soon as possible. So I'm gonna text him right now.
All right, let him know the news. Cool. A little, yeah, that feels good. Have a honestly, anyone outside of the US, it feels kind of nice to have a little representation at that level. Costa Rica represent. All right, everyone break out the champagne, I guess. I got some sparkling water. Oh, I didn't even make the sound. Damn, sorry.
We need some upbeat music now.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Or something like that.
So Edgar Fernandez, ES Costa Rica.
So we had something like 3 or 4, I need to take a look, 3 or 4 Bitcoin seeds submitted during this 2-hour sortition process. So the sortition gods have spoken. What's that? RN Jesus?
What?
RN Jesus, random number generator Jesus.
Oh, there you go.
You must know of RN Jesus. Come on.
Nope. I live in a cave.
It was Aaron Cox that I heard of RN Jesus from first time.
I feel like we need like curtains, and then for Edgar to come out through the curtains somehow. And I've argued in the past about removing sortition, at least at this level with this lack of enormity in the system. But I sure love the suspense. It's fun. It adds a really fun component.
I guess if the chief delegate's role, the head chief delegate role versus the regular chief delegate would be better defined, then that would give more tools for the chief delegates to decide who should be the head chief delegate. But right now, I don't think there's a clear distinction other than the EOs, the amount of EOs they're getting.
We're gonna change that.
Yeah. Approach it from both directions.
I think there's a need in any human organization to have somebody that can speak for the organization. One person, just because it helps with communication. When it comes down to one person having to be the face of it, there's use for it, I think. I mean, you can't just have 5 people be the face of Eden, right? Or be the face of an elected group. Anyway, I'm in favor of sortition itself because it's whatever. It's a formal title, but it doesn't give you any power.
It's exactly whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's whatever.
It's whatever.
Guys,
because we don't need to waste any time in our first chief delegates meeting appointing a leader of us, right? That's a waste of time.
Yeah, I just feel like at the scale that we're at, like say, and this is something for future chief and delegates to consider is like, okay, the budget being what it is and the differential between the chief delegate, the head chief delegate budget and the chief delegates, like, do you want to select somebody at random to fill the role? I mean, there's an element of randomness I like, but it is nice to say, oh, like Edgar has more time and more capacity to spend in this role with this larger budget. So it makes sense that we all agree and reach consensus that he should be in that role versus selecting that person at random. Because the randomization is really designed to root out corruption or incumbent advantage. But we don't really have an incumbent advantage problem yet. I'm not saying we won't eventually have one. But at this point, it's like an over-optimization. That's my general feeling. But I do like the suspense.
I think randomization works excellent for the randomization of the sorting rooms, or the breakout rooms. But when everyone chose the next round, and then the next round chose the chief delegates, they must be pretty good at achieving consensus so that they can decide among themselves who should represent the whole body, right? I think that it's a very important role to leave it up for the toss of the dice. I agree with you, Brandon. I think Lovejoy's right there. Well, maybe it's something for the chief delegates to consider, but you have to think of your newest Eden member. His name is Michael. Here he is.
Oh, hey, Michael. Come on, let's make.
He's the newest Eden member. He's 1 month old. Called Michael. Cool. I'll make his account now. So any volunteers to the induction, I'll have to speak for him because he cannot yet read the bylaws, but he seems to be very interested.
Cool. We're starting him young.
Hi, all.
Hey, Edgar.
Edgar.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm joining here. My brother had to call me. I'm currently out, but I was ecstatic to hear the news, and I think it's just wonderful that I get to, for the next 3 months, try and rally the troops and hopefully make and improve our community the best I can. I think the final process is great, where it doesn't really matter who ends up being head chief, because everyone is qualified and has the support and legitimacy from the rest of the members. So I will just pledge to grab as much feedback as I can from the community, and do the best of my ability to make sure that that's represented and communicated in the best way possible. I know that I'm not going to be able to do this alone, and I have a great group of people around us to continue to reach our common goals. So I think today is just about celebrating what a great process this was, and the general participation, all these people taking time away from their lives to participate and be here. So I'm beside myself. Like I said in Telegram, it was an amazing outcome and an opportunity for all of us. So thank you so much.
I'm happy, Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Edgar.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Edgar. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Edgar. Good to see you.
I will be stepping out and trying to kind of coordinate more by Telegram, and why not have a beer and celebrate today's process. Thank you so much to everybody. It was great to pop in here and say hi.
Absolutely. Cheers. Enjoy your beer and the afternoon.
Thank
care,
you.
Edgar.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know where Edgar is, but I know he represents EOS Costa Rica, and if he's in Costa Rica with a big puffy jacket on, I can only assume it's like down to like 65 degrees or something, and it's cold.
Actually, I'm in Costa Rica, 76 degrees right now. Edgar's in New York currently.
Okay, that makes more sense. So you can never know when people that live in the subtropics or tropics put a big jacket on. It could mean anything really. It could just be like, ooh, chilly breeze came. Up here in frozen Minnesota.
We definitely don't know how to handle the cold. Costa Rica, we don't get any snow any time of the year anywhere in the country. So it's funny to see how people react to the cold weather, right? It's because it's a very relative thing, but yeah, it's really nice weather year round. So everyone's welcome to Costa Rica. We hope to let you guys know that there's a home here, and there's been a home for EOS here since the genesis, right? So small little country in Central America, but with a great vision for what we're doing here, and always happy to be part of this community. And thank you guys for including us in this awesome global community, and it's really an honor.
Absolutely, so glad to have you guys down there doing what you do. EOS Costa Rica has been an amazing team for a really long time. Super glad to have you guys, and I'm coming down, so prepare the beach and the surfboards and all that good stuff.
All right, so we just distributed the funds, so everyone should have some funds coming in, and maybe they can spend it on Pamela.
Yeah, that would be great.
Or whatever they want to spend it on.
Yeah, that would be great. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pascal, you wanna pitch us
I
your?
want to say it's a good input from Randa.
Oh yeah.
Yes, running.
Yeah, don't spend it all. Don't spend your entire budget on Pamela. No. I mean, go for it if you want to. It's like someone just goes on a Pamela shopping spree now.
Just a reminder for everybody, if you are a delegate, you can access your funds by going to your profile page in the Eden dashboard. At the top, you'll see that funds are available. Those are distributed monthly. There is a distribute action that has to be called each month for those funds to be released. But yeah, you can claim them right there in the UI.
Yeah, and if the current chief delegates, head chief delegate, any of the delegates have any questions or stuff that you come up against, I'm pretty confident that most of the former chief delegates, myself definitely included, are happy to answer any random questions and be a point of contact if you need us. But I feel like this crew is seasoned and ready for anything. So just so you know, we're there. Especially Randall. I'd like to especially volunteer Randall to help with anything that comes up.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the cliche, Randall's here to support you guys.
That's right. Normally, I don't know how, I can't remember how to say it in Russian, but it's initiative gets the punishment, you know? So if you offer something or suggest something, like it's your job. So I'm always wary, but I'll just volunteer Randall. Sort of Jedi mind trick my way out of that. Hey, closing thoughts, anyone? I guess we should probably wrap this up. It's been quite a morning and we got work to do. So yeah, take the floor if you want to share anything. Otherwise, I'll just ramp up the party music until it's time to dance our way out of here.
I'll put a pitch in for machine translation. Got a Pamela pitch. Machine translation as public good is the title. And that is basically using a neural network for developing an algorithm. And right now it's tokenized on the NEO blockchain, and they want to migrate over to EOS to offer tokens to trainers from our communities. The mission of the maybe one day EOS and EOSIO translation foundation could be some down in the future, increase, maximize bandwidth between various language speaking groups on EOS and the greater EOSIO. So that's basically machine learning as public good on Pomelo, and I put a link to the pitch there in the chat a moment ago, and you can get it by this barcode that I've got, and you can always reach out to me through Eden. Very well published. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. I guess this is the Pitcher Pomelo after party for a little bit longer. Maybe we got another 10 minutes. So if you got anything you want to share. And
hello, guys.
No.
Sorry, guys. Congratulations to the winners. Sorry, guys. I couldn't make it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just want to step up and speak up and just give you some explanation because I was not able to make the election. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm here to just ask you for your pardon.
No worries.
No worries.
We made do. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad you're here. Okay, cool. Cool.
Keep making awesome art for the community.
Thanks. I will.
Take it away, Andrew.
Oh, there we go. I just wanted to reflecting on today. I'm very excited to see how Eden, Pomelo, and Fractally can work together to really kind of bootstrap things and get stuff rolling. And you mentioned Pomelo pitches, so I guess I'll mention mine. It's Polaris is the name of it. It's like a music map. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's the idea is to reward musicians who have been sort of historically screwed over by the music industry. So if that sounds interesting, you can check that out. And yeah, thanks everyone for coming and for such a great election event.
Right on, yeah. I'm glad you're able to make it, and definitely keep an eye out for your project. Douglas, what you got for us?
Hey guys, just wanted to say super grateful to be here, super grateful to be learning from this process, to be learning with you all, as well as to say, if you do have ideas related to Fractally, Eden, or EOS, and you feel like you're having trouble communicating them, we do have an incentivized repo under the EOS community. It's called Meta Eden, which was named before Facebook renamed it. So yeah, like let's collect our ideas. And really, like, my reason for being here is fractal governance. And I think that the more ideas that we have in a way that we can later discover them, other people can later discover them, the further we will go together, right? So yeah, I invite everyone to contribute, and I have put up my own EOS as well as some EOS from Eden as rewards for your ideas in this repo. I also do have a Pomelo pitch. It's about NFTs, so you can search media NFT if that interests you. My company released an open music NFT standard that works on EOS. So if you want to have a music NFT, you're welcome to use our standard. It's on GitHub and it works with Atomic Assets, as well as the funding is looking for, if the community would like more of these standards, that is available. And if you value other things, that's fine too. Different people value different things. And I'm super grateful to be here around so many different values that we can learn from and be together. So thank you all. And that's what I got.
Sweet, thanks, Douglas.
I can plug my Pomelo pitch too.
Take it away, Hernan.
Yes. All right, guys. So first of all,
okay, wait, never mind. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I think we should be super appreciative of the moment, guys. Eden has been working like magic, and this is not only through Dan Larimer's brilliant ideas, but it's also from the guys who executed. So Brandon Fancher and all the team at, well, now Fractally, but thank you very much, guys. Every time we get an election, we're amazed at how smoother it becomes. So Mike Manfredi and your whole team, please, I don't know if you're here, Brandon, but if you're here, congrats, this was amazing. And yeah, just, it's important. I think that, for example, the fact that Brock just participated, and in a matter of 2 hours he was represented. He can, pitch Eden to large democracies all over the world, and this could be potentially something big for us. So I think we should all be very, very excited for the future of Eden and EOS as a community. And just to plug in my pitch, guys, we're moving forward with our smart contract, which you can check out. It's an EOS starter smart contract on Pomelo. This is a smart contract that we will all be using, hopefully, to fund new projects that are building on EOS and that want to get this initial funding and offer us some of their initial tokens and NFTs. So check it out, guys. This is a smart contract that is open source, available for everyone. This is a public good. And the next step is to make sure that it is secure, and we're going to run a professional audit, hopefully even two, but also the modifications that come out of the recommendations of this security audit for the contract. we will eventually all be hopefully depositing both EOS and project tokens onto this contract. So it's super critical that this is a very well processed smart contract, and we can rest assured that we can all use it. So yeah, this was done, by the way, with the help of the guys at EOS Costa Rica and Edenia. So Edgar and Javier, they're not only no strangers to this contract, but they're the ones that are helping us make it possible. So thanks, guys, for this.
Right on, Hernan. Thanks. And let's do it again sometime. Where the heck? There we go. All right. Oh, Torben, you want to say something?
Yeah, hey everyone. Just wanted to say that I loved the focus and emphasis today on investment, and particularly we're at a point where we can really focus investment and really need to choose the right projects going forward. So I'm excited. There seems to be more and more investment streams, and I think that a big part of the delegates' role will be in selecting, the great projects, the ones that can really scale, as somebody else said, and take us to the next level. We do a lot of enterprise work, and we've learned that enterprise is also, I think, a key growth area for EOS as a network. Business was always kind of there from the start, and we increasingly, as we deliver it, we see such great utility with private blockchains and the capabilities that can bring with integration and interoperability going forward. So we've learned some stuff from clients, and we do also have a Pomelo grant, which is all about helping enterprise to sign transactions, but also deeply integrated with all of their enterprise systems. So yeah, that's something I'm passionate about, and so I just wanted to share that and our work around Keyproof.
How do we find your project? Is it right in Pomelo?
Yeah, thanks. It's called Keyproof. So just grant/Keyproof. I've also shared it in the Slack. I mean,
Okay,
sorry, in
got
the
it.
Zoom. In the Zoom, yeah.
You should probably drop it in the mem. Oh yeah, the Zoom works too, but I'd encourage everybody to drop stuff in the members chat, because the Zoom will kind of evaporate when we're done here. I mean, it'll probably be recorded, but it won't be easy to reference. So
is that the Telegram group, right?
The Eden members
Telegram group.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
great process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Torben.
Yeah,
thanks.
Of course. Yeah.
I think today was a good day. Chuck, you're on mute. What do you think about today?
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, time to get some fresh air, probably.
Chuck, you haven't even started, mate. You're already exhausted.
Yeah, that round would have taken anything out of anyone. Down to the last seconds, just hanging.
I want to go back and watch that, because we were all on the edge of our seats.
Yeah. Yeah, I got stressed out because of a deadline yesterday, and it took me like a half hour to recover, and that was nothing compared to the amount of stress that you must have been going through.
I am so glad that I got my vote in for you, Chuck, and I can't say how happy I am that you got that position as the CD. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the next 3 months.
Thanks, Jay. No, I'm like I said, it's just I'm totally with Eve on this. There's just so much potential. It's just a matter of executing on potential now, and everything's here in front of us. There's so much goodwill all around, and there's so much talent. It's just a matter of knocking off, just figuring out what we can do right now and doing it. And right now.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So before we have a little bit of time, and I did make it to delegate status. And Lovejoy, what would you suggest? what's the assignment, for a delegate? Like, how could I maximize my contribution the next 3 months as a delegate?
Take the EOS
Well,
one.
Yeah. Well, I'd start by getting together with all the other level 1 delegates and, form a group on Telegram and have that discussion about how you guys can, maximize your effort, work together. I think at that level, a lot of working together needs to get done. And, the delegates, we all tried in our way this past cycle, and, I think y'all can do better. So, yeah, reach out to the people that put you where you are, and stay in contact with them, and just keep the channels of communication open. And yeah, we got some great ideas, and there's some real low-hanging fruit that we need to nail down. So
what I can tell you, Jay, from the first round, as being also an L1 delegate, is that we had a lot of great discussions on our meetings, and a lot of topics that we discussed got discussed later on the chief delegates meetings, because some of the chief delegates were keen enough to participate both in delegates and their chief delegate meetings. So there was a lot of cross conversation, and thanks to our meetings, also the chief delegates got to get a kind of a sense of what the discussions or the interesting topics were. So that's I think something very worthy of our time. Eventually we're all in this together. So the L1 delegates also have, in my view, a very important role.
Thank you, Hernan. That's very helpful. And so I'm going to be Chuck. I'm going to be on your tail for the next 3 months. And I have a question for the Clarion Fractally guys that are still on the call. You heard me kind of trying to make a pitch for this microchain idea that I think maybe it was Todd who kind of discovered it. And that's what I see as the value of Eden and Fractally, is this ability to, we have this, and I think I'm using the right term, a microchain tool that I'd like to see us test it out, and we probably can't do it in the next 3 months, but during the next 3 months, we can make a proposal that somebody could run on that, 3 months from now, to say, Eden's a guinea pig, let's test this thing. But I just kind of want to get a little feedback, is like, would I be moving down the right path? And, I heard James Smart say, heck yeah, we're all in on Fractally, let's do this. But could it work from, like, Brandon, do you see that as a potential possibility for us if we had the right engineering skills in Eden?
Yeah, EOS is an incredible technology, and it definitely supports creating community-centric tokens for sure. So there's no reason technically that couldn't be done. The community would need to come to consensus, make sure, of course, that the governance is adequate there, that the economic models are sustainable, and that there's a comprehensive plan there. But yes, number one, totally feasible, totally doable technically. The microchain idea, I'm trying to think about what you're referring to. We do have a concept called microchain, which basically just distills events from the blockchain into a smaller stream of application-specific blocks with application-specific events. That's a little bit of a different concept. It's more for deriving application state from the chain. But yeah, tokens are launching on EOS all the time. Some of them are very centralized in nature, and others need to be decentralized in nature. And Eden would have the governance mechanism to do that, I think.
But just as a practical implementation reality, because Fractally is being built out, the easiest step forward for Eden, if we wanted to do a test run as a guinea pig for tokenizing Fractal leadership, we would probably be best suited to just go with what's being built right now, meaning that we could morph ourselves into the Fractally system more easily than fractally could morph into the Eden system. Does that sound right?
That does sound right. You know, there's a lot that I think needs to happen in Eden before anyone starts talking about Eden's own token in earnest. There's a lot of groundwork that needs to be laid, arbitration, enhancements to the process all around. We've already talked about many of those ideas here. You know, by that time, there may be an engine for that in Fractally. Yeah, definitely suggest keeping your eyes and ears out on what's going on with Fractally to see where those streams can finally converge.
Great, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Absolutely.
It's been my opinion since all the Fractally discussions began was Eden needs to become strong by itself before it can even decide to join Fractally, right? We need to become, Eden needs to be respectable as an organization by itself before it can decide to do something else, right? And getting our bylaws in order and getting our own house in order is essential before we can credibly go out and do something else. And I'm totally in favor of what Fractally is trying to do, and I'm really excited to see the progress of it. And I'm totally in favor of helping Eden to dip its toes into Fractally and get into there, but it's not something that we can decide right now just because it's what we have right now exists, right? What we have right now works, and we have to make it work, and we're going to make it work well.
Right.
And then the only way we can credibly go to Fractally or dabble in Fractally first is if we have our own house in order. So I think we're doing that, and I'm very excited to make Eden succeed, and then make a fractal of Eden go forward.
That sounds great. And it sounds like Angela, is that the right name? Angela, she has a potential DAO or a DAC project staring us in the face. So we may want to really keep an eye on Angela's. It sounds like she has the heart to accomplish something great for your town. And I'd love to see us be able to take on that as a test, another test net case or guinea pig.
Yeah, we're both so excited about to have two people elected as Eden delegates in the same town is pretty crazy, in my opinion. And
that's great. That's great.
We're gonna wreck this place now.
Good.
How does the sun go? You're making Eden a place on earth.
Yeah, heaven is a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is. Anyway, cool guys. Well, I say we wrap it up. What do y'all think?
Yeah, let's do this.
We need some
end
party
the big
music.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just ramp it up a little bit, and then should we do a go EOS? Is that appropriate?
EOS.
Or go Eden?
Go Eden.
Go Eden. Let's do a go Eden. We haven't done a go Eden. 1, 2, 3.
Go Eden.
Go Eden.
Go Eden.
Very well done,
right.
all you guys. Very well done.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Go Eden.
Bye, guys. Thank you for everything, and have a wonderful weekend.
Bye, Douglas. Farewell.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone, for being here.